Good morning, and my God, Jonatan is already there. Amazing.
I am here. Quick.
That was pretty fast. How are you guys doing this morning? Welcome, everybody. Fresh week, fresh and ready, and slept out and up to new trades. I already did my first trade this morning, man.
Really? Nice.
I just long gold and got out of it when we pulled back. Oh, you're already sharing my screen here. Nice. So I, when was that, like 15 minutes ago, I entered here and just got out here. And so first long trade, nice one. Have been experimenting with some setups over the weekend, ran some back test, found some promising stuff, got into Wyckoff springs and up thrusts, which also is kind of nice, suitable for the kind of contrarian trading style I very often like to do on at least gold. I trade that on short-term cryptocurrencies a lot. But before we get into this, I think we still have another intro to play, right? So see you in 15 seconds. Welcome to the Monday Market Movers. How's everybody doing? Who do we have with us already? We have Ian Wilson, who shorted EU on the last upswing. On the minute chart, is, I suppose, percent, so probably caps. So 5-minute chart, I suppose, is that supposed to be. Vinicius, how are you doing, man? Good morning. Good morning, Pierre Ludwig Blorp. I like that one. Nice. We have Chris with us. Good morning. We have Russell with us. We have Escor, of course, as always, I should say. Hamid with us. Hey, man, how are you doing? How's gold going for you this morning? Steven and a couple of others, not to mention Henry is here with us, as always, as well, I should say. Good to see you, everybody. Let's say, Dirk, I just noticed that as well. Dirk in white, Jonatan in black. It's like we are the good and the bad of trading maybe today. Or I should say the good and the evil of trading today. So let's see. Maybe we should make a competition out of that. Who's going to win?
You know what? We have something. No, not that you mentioned competition. We have something very exciting. So on Thursday, this Thursday, we're gonna do a really cool competition, and there's gonna be giveaways as well. Okay, so it's gonna be really cool, right? We're gonna do a competition against Trade a Pool. We're gonna answer the question that I know everyone is asking: which is most profitable? Which is most profitable? Trading stocks or trading forex? Well, on Thursday, we're gonna have Trade a Pool trading stocks, and we're gonna have the 5ers trading the stock market, and then we're going to see who makes the most money. It's going to be complicated because it's a big difference in leverage and all of that, so we're going to make sure that we have a forex trading account and they have a stock trading account. They're trading on Trade a Pool, right? And they're going to do their live stream over at Trade a Pool, and we're going to do our live stream here on this channel, and we're going to try to do it together. We're going to check in on each other, see what the P&L is and how it's going, and depending on who wins, right? So if the 5ers win, we're going to be adding a couple of accounts from us on the giveaway. And if Trade a Pool wins, they're going to be giving away some extra accounts there to them as well. It's really cool. So yeah, good question, Henry. Who's going to be on the forex team? Well, it's going to be. So they have 3 people. So we need to pull together 3 people as well, and it's. We haven't really decided on who's that's going to be. I wanted to bring in LJ, but he's technically not part of the 5ers, so I can't really do that. But we'll see. We have the ones we have now is it's me, Victor, Anastasia, and Dirk. It's a little bit about the timing aspect and the availability as well, because we're going to be doing a little bit of a longer stream on Thursday, because we're going to be trading during the US session, which is a bit later in the day. So yeah, it's going to be Could be very interesting. Yes, Hamed, he has a 5ers account. That is right, but he's not officially part of the 5ers team. But we might have to change that, seeing as though he made quite a lot of money on the previous challenge. Henry is betting on Trade the Pool. Well, things like that will get you banned, I'm afraid. On this. So be careful. Be careful. Okay, I'm gonna go get some coffee, but I think it would be great to start out the week with taking a look at maybe a more zoomed out view of the market. Now, given the fact that S&P 500 did break important levels last week, we've had more confusion with the tariffs. We had a gap up, and we still haven't reclaimed important levels for either S&P 500 or Bitcoin. And it would be interesting to look at where we are in terms of price on the macro scale of things. While you do that, Dirk, I'm gonna go get some coffee, and when I'm back, I will update everyone on my charts as well.
Sure, let's do that. All right, yeah, as Jonatan said, it's for sure going to be an interesting week again. You can see here also that I have opened, actually for the first time in my life, Truth Social, because I want to keep following Donald Trump a little bit more closely. The market always so violently reacts to anything basically he's posting always on there. And I heard a rumor, I don't know if it's true, I heard I saw somebody posting this morning on Twitter that supposedly Donald Trump said that everything he was supposedly said on renegotiations of tariffs on Friday, that this is not true and was misunderstood. So I don't know, are we back to square one now? Are there still, is this 90 days delay out of the room when it comes to tariffs? Are the tariffs with China also not really going to renegotiate? Well, you know what I mean anyway. And so it's for sure going to be an interesting week ahead. We saw after that declaration last week that there would be a pause of 90 days on tariffs for the whole world except China. We saw the market bouncing back heavily. In the grand scheme of things, like if we compare what we saw here on the way down, like an extension, if we compare that, for example, to Corona, if we also compare that to 2022, where we had this time of high inflation, we have not seen a crash yet, I should say, to that extent that we saw before. So if we see something similar like we saw in 2022, like we saw during Corona, that down here between 4,000 and 4,400 in the S&P 500 would be our target zone. So we are not there yet, and I would be extremely careful to see this like as a V-shaped recovery. V-shaped recovery mean we dip down here and now it's only going up to the last all-time high. A little bit like what we actually saw back then in Corona. Could be a little bit more complicated because we all don't know what this gentleman here wants to do next, and he had all of the weekend to kind of make up his mind about new things. And one thing the market still, of course, never liked, even dislikes more at the moment, is uncertainty. We also saw that very much reflected in the US Treasury yields, especially for the 10-year yield, which is always a sign of uncertainty, and that kind of the market is losing its trust into the US economy, into especially the USA being kind of the risk-off economy. Especially besides US Treasuries, which of course we do not trade so much here, we have also seen that especially here in euro dollar, or if you want, you can of course also here look at the DXY, which has broken down below quite significant levels. Jonatan and I, we were talking about this zone here between 100 and a little bit up, so 102 maybe, as quite a significant zone of support for the US dollar. So we have broken down, and this is really only because of the turmoil caused by Donald Trump, because of the world massively selling US debt. So we have China, we still have China that holds a lot of US debt, but they are slowly getting rid of it. of course, if you're an international, an institutional investor, you have like billions of US dollars to manage. You want to be very picky if you want to have a large amount of money allocated to a country which kind of has political instability at the moment, or where there's the risk of political instability and economic stability. So maybe this is kind of the beginning of the end of the domination of the US dollar as a currency. It's quite dramatic. Moves like this on the currency markets, you do not see that often. From the low here that we just made in January to the top recently, we have seen a move of 12%, which is actually when I started trading currencies, so 25 years ago, that were moves you normally would have maybe within a year, or sometimes if it got very volatile, within a month. Absolutely. I just saw a comment, who was it, about volatility. Uncertainty creates volatility, which can be very good for traders. Tend to agree with you, absolutely. As for what we do here, especially on these shows like short-term scalping, for what I just did this morning, shortly before the show started with my gold trade, of course, that is something we kind of want. But we only want volatility also to a certain degree. So once you have things really, really going a bit crazy, there's also too much volatility. In fact, like when it comes to cryptocurrencies, for the past 3 weeks, I've been extremely, extremely cautious with my trades, because it's like when you work with price action, when you work with indicators, sometimes it can become very difficult to measure price action or to see price action when the market is like flipping up and down very much. It's dangerous, and even if you are correct with your opinion and your position size, it will often lead to you being stopped out because of crazy wicks to the up and downside in candles, like we many times also saw, for example, in gold. So right now, if you're trading also euro dollar, you want to be a little bit careful. If we look here at the Nasdaq, pretty much the same picture, in my opinion, at least, than we saw in the S&P 500. Of course, has been hit a little bit harder because the tech stocks tend to be more volatile. In general, there will be a lot of caution. We have a lot of economic data actually coming in this week as well. Started with some Chinese data this morning already, which might not be that interesting to us. We have later this week something I've been looking forward to, which is retail sales, which is coming out on April 16th. Why? Because it's one of the more leading indicators that tell us in what shape is the current economy. How are the consumers in the USA doing? US economy is primarily consumption driven. So when you see retail sales going up, and it is expected with a plus of 1.3%, this could be a good sign that we are not seeing the recession that kind of everybody is fearing, but it's only, of course, one small brick within the ecosystem of a lot of economic indicators you want to look at. Then on Thursday, of course, we have the ECB coming in with an interest rate decision. Market is expecting another rate cut here of 0.25% to 2.25%. So that should be given. I don't think there is going to be a very big a big surprise looming down the road. We have building permits, housing starts, which also is a good indicator for the US to gauge where are we in this, weird times right now. Do we have, because what is still looming over our head, Jonatan, I spoke about this. What is that? That is not what I wanted. Sorry, guys. Probably this one. Yeah, we came out of this phase of an inverted yield curve where the long-term treasury bills, 10 years, had a lower yield than the short term, which always indicates time of uncertainty. And in 100% of the times when we can come out of the zone, the markets, the economies of this world, in this case the USA, are expecting a recession, will be experiencing a recession. So this is still looming over our head. As I said, it's often if we see like good retail sales, if we see good housing starts, this could be an indication that the picture is not as bad as we as the markets are feeling. Guys, leave us a like, please. Also, I see a lot of you commenting, which of course is very much appreciated. I'm going to get to that, to those questions as well. We are waiting also for new signs here on gold, and I don't know what Jonatan wants to trade, maybe also gold, maybe EU today, so we can enter some more positions. Leave us a like here. This is how you can support us, basically. Let's see what you guys are asking here. Talking about gold, let's switch back to gold. I can kind of share what is my plan for today with that, maybe. So for gold on my 2-minute system, as I said earlier, I did one trade, which I can also quickly share with you on the real account. Just need to switch over to it. Here we go. So the trade I did there was here the last one, just a small one, 0.1 lots, entered at 3 to 19.6, exited at 224.1, so about $45 of profit. Why did I trade it this way? Hold on, sorry guys. Why did I trade it this way? Here's the right screen. Why can't we see my screen? What is going on here? No, sorry, I should have to edit to the stage as well. So why did I do this trade earlier? As I said, I'm always looking for confluence signals. Confluence is something like we saw earlier this morning. Of course, during that time, I was still sleeping. Confluence is something like we saw here. So this was an area on the third buy signal here that I entered. And what I want to trade then is either a pullback here to the yellow line, which is the 21 EMA, to the red line, which is the 50 EMA, or if possible, all the way to the blue line. What I decided this time is that I want to get out of a trade when we touched the 50 EMA. Why didn't I care to wait until we potentially go up to the 200 EMA? Well, this move we saw down here was with quite a lot of momentum. And whenever we see moves with a lot of momentum, there's a above 50 chance that in the area between the 21 EMA and 50 EMA, we are going to get deflected. This is why my exit was at the 50 EMA, and now I'm going to wait there for reset. I've adjusted the system that I hopefully get more trading signals every day from it than the 1 or 2 I got prior to this. So we need to be a little bit patient now here, see what the market does. Hopefully we're not going to enter a phase of consolidation like we often see on a Monday morning, after Frankfurt comes in, after London comes in, especially, that we have a little bit of volatility and then kind of everything flats out until the US session later joins us. How about you? What are you looking at today, Jonatan?
So I've done some analysis here in the morning on the what I consider to be, some of the most important charts, which would be EUR USD.
Yeah, I was talking about that as well.
Yeah, so looking at EUR USD, gold, S&P 500, and Bitcoin, those are kind of like my four charts that I like to look at to get an idea of what's going on. So I can quickly share with you guys what I have here. So first, if we look at the S&P 500, I think we can safely assume or safely say that right now we have 2 levels of interest. We first have, let's put in 5,500 here. I believe the 5,500 area is the first and right now one of the most important resistance area that the S&P 500 needs to reclaim to regain some of its prior bullish structure. If we add a horizontal level around that one, we can see that it kind of looks like this as resistance. Remove that level. So this would be that resistance. And I'm now viewing this level as potentially a new lower high, and this would then be, of course, the low. We have another low here and then a high. So what I'm watching here for the S&P 500 is a downtrend, basically, technically a downtrend, and I would want to see a reclaim of the 5.5k region for a break of structure. So break above that level right here, maybe reclaim it to re-enter this range here and regain some more bullish structure. And let's see. If we go into the lower time frames, we see something quite interesting. We do see that break and retest of the 4-hour W structure. So we do have that W structure, and then we had a beautiful break and retest of that level. And I also want to add the fibs here to show you how nicely it aligned with the 0.5 or the 50% fib right here. It just shows that how important these fib levels can be in technical analysis. So here we have the W pattern, the break and retest of that W pattern, and we're now coming up to test the local highs here on S&P 500, and of course the local highs align perfectly with that 5.5k level. So that's what I'm watching, the 5.5k for the S&P 500, and if S&P 500 breaks above this level, most likely Bitcoin will do the same. If we look at Bitcoin, it's actually quite interesting that Bitcoin and the S&P 500 had pretty much exactly the same type of price structure. We can go to Bitcoin on the 4-hour. And then what do we see on Bitcoin on the 4-hour? We see the W structure and the break and retest of the neckline of that W structure prior to that breakout. Funnily enough, there are a lot of similarities between Bitcoin and the S&P 500, especially within this range right here. But the overall price structure is telling us that, actually, at least the local price structure is telling us that there's some added strength on the Bitcoin, because S&P 500 is trading here while Bitcoin is trading up here. But if we zoom out, that is interesting on the local structure. But if we zoom out, we look at the daily, we will see that Bitcoin is actually not showing a lot of strength compared to the S&P 500. Because if we add a trendline area like this, so using the parallel channel tool to kind of like trade a trendline area, something like this, we see that the level that S&P 500 is testing right now, which is the 5.5k, would be this area for Bitcoin. So somewhere around this area where you have like 87 being the top of that resistance. This is the level that needs to be reclaimed for Bitcoin, and we're basically seeing the same type of price action on the S&P 500 and Bitcoin. So if the S&P 500 breaks above 5.5k, most likely Bitcoin will do the same. So there's actually a strategy here that can be played based on that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be adding the S&P 500 chart here on the chart of Bitcoin to compare it. We're going to be moving this, or we're going to pin it to a new left scale, and we're going to right click and we're going to select regular. We can move it around. And then we're going to try to fit these two into the same structure. And you can kind of see how they are very similar, where you have the purple line is the purple. Is that purple? Is that purple? Or
that
am
is
I
purple? No,
colorblind? Thank you, Dirk. So that you can see kind of like I have a high structure here, low structure here, low structure, and then the high is here, and then that high, this high, and then this low becomes this low. So if we have a breakout on the S&P 500, and I might actually add it like this instead to make it simpler to not the S&P 600, it's 500. Okay, so Bitcoin at resistance right here, and S&P 500 at resistance as well right here. Now the question is, which of these are going to break out first? Well, most of the time you see that the S&P 500, if there's a news event or if there's something happening fundamentally that should drive risk assets higher, then the S&P 500 most of the time will front run Bitcoin. Now, there is a strategy here where if you see strong bullish momentum coming in on the S&P 500 and it's kind of confirming a breakout, but it's not happening on Bitcoin, then you know that in most cases, Bitcoin is lagging behind. Now, this could just be a couple of minutes, or in some cases, actually a couple of hours. But if you see that divergence between the S&P 500 and the Bitcoin in a clear risk-on move, then you want to trade whatever S&P 500 is doing. You want to trade that on Bitcoin. So if the S&P 500 starts breaking above this level, and you see that, so maybe S&P 500 is breaking out, and Bitcoin is just trading, testing that resistance. If there's nothing fundamentally keeping Bitcoin down, and the protocol of Bitcoin has not changed since the beginning of Bitcoin, basically. So there's nothing fundamentally keeping Bitcoin down. The only fundamental thing keeping Bitcoin down now is the same thing keeping S&P 500 down. So if the S&P 500 breaks out just slightly, and it confirms that breakout, maybe on a 4-hour or an hourly or even a 50-minute closing basis, and that's not happening on Bitcoin, then you know that a lot of times Bitcoin will follow. So that's a really, really good thing to be watching when Bitcoin and the S&P 500 are showing the same type of price structure. Keep that in mind. You can also trade Bitcoin with the 5ers, even though the slips and the spreads are not perfect, it's still tradable from a swing trading perspective. Okay, this is important. Keep that in mind. The correlation between the S&P 500 and Bitcoin in these scenarios are spot on. Okay, that's the S&P 500 and Bitcoin. So now we know that we are below key levels, even though we did see a gap up and we do see some local bullish price action. We need to break out to really confirm its strength. Okay, so what do we have now? We have left, we got gold and EUR USD. Let's take a look at gold. Now, gold obviously has some insane price action right here. Let's remove all the weird drawings that I have on here. Let's just do this. Can I do control? Okay, let's just remove everything. Okay, nice. And that one. So I don't think we have to look at the higher time frames, because every time we do, we just start crying that we didn't buy. So I don't think we have to look at gold in the higher time frames. It's not important as well, because we see what we see. It's just a move straight up. What's important is, where is the previous breakout level and what is local price action telling us? Let's go into the 1 hour. Where is the breakout area? So I believe that the breakout area is around 3,150. Let's add a level. We go in, we type in 3,150. And that's the breakout level right there. And what's happening now in the low time frames is we're creating a range. And so 2 scenarios here. This could be reaccumulation of the breakout. Now remember, the breakout is confirmed. The breakout is very well confirmed. And 2 options. Either this is a reaccumulation range prior to continuation to the upside. Basically what that means is price is just waiting a little bit before it continues higher. Or it could be a low time frame distribution range where people that, whatever, is one scenario would be that you have people buying the breakout and now they're taking profits on the breakout and price is stalling, and we might come down and test the important levels again. Remember, when gold is in a hyper bullish trend, it really doesn't retest the breakout levels that often. It just waits a little bit, it comes down, retest the level above the breakout area, and then it continues. But it's still important to keep in mind this range that we are forming right now, because I believe that these are the levels that should be played or traded based on if you want to be trading gold. So we got range low at around 2,217. We got range EQ at around 3,230, and we got range highs at around 3,246. If we break below the range low, like this perhaps, then I think there is a possibility of coming down and retesting 3,150 or 3,160, because you can see that you had that price action structure right here on the breakout. And if I know gold, which I kind of do by looking at it for the last, years, not buying and being depressed over that. If there's one thing I know about gold is that it, again, likes to not retest the breakout level perfectly. It might like retest the levels right above. So I think this is a great level, 3,175, something like that, which then leads me to believe that we should just add a support zone right here and look for bullish, some type of bullish price action within this overall zone with around 3,160. That's if we break range lows. I will be adding a alert on that, and I will also be adding an alert. Have they problems with the alerts again? Looks like. Okay, never mind. So
yeah, I had also with the webhooks problems that some of my automatic trades didn't trigger. Super annoying.
That sucks. That's one of the reasons why a lot of times you want to. That's why we use MetaTrader, because TradingView is not reliable from a trading point of view, but MetaTrader is, so that's just what we like TradingView from analysis point of view. But when it comes to trading, there's one king, and that is MetaTrader, and that's why we still use MetaTrader.
I don't trade from TradingView, but I have on certain crypto assets, I have webhook messages set up that trigger trades when I'm not in front of my terminal. Very specific conditions that I don't want to miss because they have a high probability. And I had last night 2 really, really good trades that just didn't enter because for whatever reason, TradingView didn't send the alert messages over the webhooks.
No, and what I mean is even if we're not executing the trades on TradingView, I mean using TradingView's, it's a wonderful platform. But as we know, the alert system seems to be not reliable at all times. And I mean, this happens almost every time that when there's increased volatility. And I believe that maybe on the back end, when you have moves like this, you have hundreds of thousands of alerts going off in a second, and that just overloads the systems most
I
most
think
likely.
That's also the reason why they restricted the alert a lot for the, let's call them lower tier subscription plans there. But I mean, I'm on the highest already, so I don't know what else to do. I talked to them the other day.
Me too.
Well, I don't want to share that story. They made me an individual offer for what I need, and it would be something let's say over $1,000 a month. But
yeah, I asked them for over 1,000 alerts as well, and it's okay, I'm not gonna pay that.
I saw a question which I would like to answer. I mean, you partially did that already with your analysis. If you don't mind me jumping in here.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm done. I'm done with my analysis here. I haven't looked at your USD though, but I can go back to that and after.
Because I saw you M76BB asking about gold more often already during our live session here this morning. I assume because you say it's overbought on the 4-hour that you might be referring to what I'm looking at here right now, that you maybe saw, we have the RSI over 70, so we should see the price of Bitcoin, of gold coming down again. And if that is the case, if that is not the case, please tell me here. And the problem is always with the RSI. If you use an RSI in a heavily trending market, which gold is, if I look here at the 4-hour time frame, it's like a picture perfect uptrend. I think there's no doubt about that. Of course, within the structure of this uptrend, you have the markets forming local highs and local lows. So something like this, when it goes up there or up here, to be more precise, comes down, goes up here again. But the thing is, what you can notice is, for example, it's very good to see when the RSI was forming this top or even this top, that the correction, just because the RSI is indicating, it's overbought, is very often not very strong, with exceptions, of course, which we saw here, but which was also triggered by other things than an overbought RSI, in my opinion. So I'm not saying don't use something like the RSI or other momentum-based indicators in the trending markets. You can spot local highs and local lows with them, but the better way, in my opinion, to use them is to use their signal for trend confirmation, meaning not concentrating on the contrary signals here that go against the trend, but instead using them as a tool to confirm a re-entry into the direction of the predominant trend, which would be something you did down here, which probably would have been something you would have done down here. Because especially if you have a confluence, like in both of those cases, for example, with a 200 EMA. I'm not saying now this is a trading strategy you can apply and you can get a guaranteed return on investment, but don't just, blindly trust an indicator, especially something like the RSI, which basically everybody is using that at some point in their trading career. I'm looking at it sometimes as well too, but don't use it in strongly trending markets. Don't use it to trade against the trade. Use it, and I think Hamid commented on this right now. It's only good for buy signal when it's low, meaning when you are, for example, like this in an uptrend, and when you see, wow, the RSI is below 30, together with other indications that this could be a local low, in this case, for example, the 200 EMA, or you could use any other indicators or support and resistance zones, Fibonacci retracement. Your mind is the limit here, your imagination is the limit here, really. But don't just trade just based on an RSI. Has been back tested multiple times. It doesn't give you an edge at all if you just use it in isolation from other things.
The RSI being overbought on the breakout actually means that it's a lot of bullish momentum. So
that's a good sign, actually.
Yeah, you should actually buy a breakout if the RSI is if the RSI is not if the RSI is not overbought on the breakout, it might mean that it's actually a fake out. So there are actually statistics looking at this, especially in the with indices and in the stock market. I have not really. I don't think so. I remember reading up on the RSI, studying the RSI in the CMT curriculum, and they actually talked about. They cited several research papers doing long-term analysis on several thousands of different trades in the stock market, and trading the RSI signals in reverse is more profitable. So actually buying when it's overbought and selling when it's oversold made more money. Now we're talking about RSI in isolation and not adding other price action structures or things like that.
But that is only true for trending assets that tend to trend up over time, like stocks, for example. I know on cryptocurrencies, especially Bitcoin, this is a strategy that on a daily chart actually works also quite well, that you buy when the RSI is over 70 because of that momentum effect, because these assets that are like to move in logarithmic terms, let me put it like this, like exponentially to the upside. Once they start moving, they really, really start moving very heavily. And this, by the way, good comment also, Stephen, RSI is generated from price. Price is not generated from the RSI. I mean, every indicator out there either is generated from price or volatility. And if you don't use any, other inputs like sentiment and so on, it's always generated from price. This is true for moving averages, momentum, MACD. Your imagination is the limit here. Still can give you a momentum, but only if you use it in a way that not everybody else uses it.
No, you're absolutely right. And that comment from Stephen is perfect. A lot of people, they think, and I thought like this as well in the beginning when I started to learn technical analysis and started trading. It's like you're looking at certain indicators and it's like, oh, this indicator is telling me to buy. And I really thought that the indicator is an indicator giving me signals to act on because it has some advanced formula where it's us looking at the probability. It's difficult to explain, but I actually looked at the indicators. It's almost like it's something magical that I didn't understand, but it's telling me to buy the asset. But then when actually going in and looking at what the indicators are doing, for example, you look at a bound oscillator like the RSI, and you actually look at the the calculations. Now, I'm not good at math, but you can, just have an AI explain the math to you, and you will quickly understand that the RSI is based on the relative movement. Yeah. So if you look at the current candle, how strong and how big, and with the momentum that candle is printing based on a certain set of previous candles. Let's look at, for example, the current daily candle. How strong is this current candle based on the strength of the last 20 candles? And it gives you a value on RSI between 0 and 100. And then when you understand that, it's like, okay, so the RSI has no idea about what's happening in the markets or in price action or in structure or anything like that. It only cares on about one simple mathematical calculations based on a set number of candles. So it's very, very limited in the information that it's giving you. But we as humans, we can look at a price chart, and we're very good at finding patterns in price, and then you can use the RSI as one small indication of something on the bigger picture. So these indicators are actually quite simple, very simple, and it's giving you and the oscillators are giving you the same information. Stochastics RSI, the RSI, the MACD, the stochastics, everything is if it's an oscillator, it's giving you the same signals.
Yeah. So, however, like if you use it in combination, like I know we all like price action, and my indicators that are designed for myself, I have a lot of price action there also. But since I'm lazy, and I don't want to analyze it for myself, I have it hard coded as an indicator. If you combine, for example, like the RSI and together with price action, so you look, for example, for overbought areas, and at the same time you look for something like a pin bar in price action or a bearish engulfing pattern, then you are slowly getting into the territory again where you actually could have an edge and use something like this asset trading strategy. I'm actually fairly certain if you combine that, then, for example, with good risk management, so you only pick the trades, where all the stars align, maybe you have a third indicator or type of price action you want to see there, you have a good R, you take twice as much profit as you risk. For example, if we're talking about swing trading here, scalping, something else, always with the R, in my opinion, at least, then you can really find an edge.
Yeah, and like I said, it's not about only focusing on price action. I'm not saying you should only be focused on price action. What I'm saying is you should not put too much emphasis on indicators. Indicators are great. I mean, indicators are fantastic. Without indicators, you wouldn't have algorithmic trading. You wouldn't be able to automate systems. Indicators is fantastic, and there's some indicators out there which is just genius in the way they're created. For example, I like the ADX and simple things like the ADR and trading based on the ADR indicator, using your stop loss placement based on the ADR, using the ADX to determine trending markets. I mean, it's fantastic to use in trading, and indicators are really, really helpful, but it's not an indicator is not a trading system,
Yeah, but I think by the end of the day, it's also normal. We've all gone through that phase in the beginning that we were looking for a good and easy solution. And I don't mean easy in a bad way. Please don't get me wrong. It's really normal part of a process. Everybody in the beginning is looking for the holy grail. I just need to do X and I have a result Y, which means profit, huge profits over time. And it's part of the game. And then if that leads to a loss now, in your case, M76BB, take it as an investment into your education. It's all part of the game, but I bet you won't do this. Hopefully you won't do the same mistake twice or 3 times. When it comes to trading, it's not twice, it's 3 times. Good.
So currently I'm looking at gold.
Yeah, gold is kind of boring me. I thought we are going to get a bounce off again of a 200 EMA. So, oh God, millions of charts and windows open again. So actually a little trade I took earlier when you were analyzing the markets. because of the wick of upthrust here directly at the 200 EMA. Got myself stopped out very quickly. Only risked a couple of dollars. So I really want the market again to either. I would actually prefer to see it down here in the region of 3 to 16 again, and then a bunch of nice confluence signals from price action and my indicators to kind of do the same that I was doing this morning. That would be good. I think the compression zone up here is a little bit too narrow already. There's not too much space where on a short signal I could see myself really going short in gold at the moment. Anyway, I'm preferring the long trades. Anyway, I think gold is also leveraged a bit to the upside. What do I mean by this? We have a natural tendency for gold as a risk of asset to go up at the moment. Plus, we are seeing a weaker dollar. Yeah, so that also, because we are looking at gold versus dollar, that automatically means then you have to pay more dollars per gold as well. So it kind of feeds into the natural tendency at the moment of gold going up.
So I'm currently trying to set a stop order on gold. I can't find. I'm not able to put a. I would like to have a stop market, but I'm not able to find that.
What do you mean, on trading view or what?
No, on the position size calculator that I'm using in MetaTrader, but I think I'm able to put in a.
By the way, is that one calculating the position size correctly for gold?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I might have to copy the one you are using. I used one, and I luckily, before I pressed on it, I noticed that it kind of read the specifications of gold on the 5ers account wrongly. So I would have traded 10 times as much as I wanted position size.
Wow, yeah, that's not good. I'm entering a short here on gold right now.
That's
on
not
the
bad,
low time frame breakout. I'm gonna.
That would have been my preferred one also. The one I tried, but as I had my stop loss really very narrowly over the 200 EMA, I was stopped out with like $13 loss or something. But yeah.
So I will. I'll show you the idea here. So I entered on that breakdown. So on. Let's remove this one. Current intervals and below. Now we're gonna do this. So, okay, current intervals and below. Visibility on intervals, current intervals only. Okay, so going out to the 50-minute, this is the range right here. And as you can see here, we have a rejection at range EQ. Going into the 1 minute, we have a range right here as well. We broke below that low. I'm looking for gold to come down and test these levels down here. My stop loss is above the range EQ. Now, if this trade fails and we start moving higher, I will place a buy stop order on the breakout. And I've been testing some breakout ideas on gold and other pairs, other forex pairs as well, and I've seen that placing stop orders is actually very beneficial when looking at breakouts.
Stop buy and stop sell orders. So exactly. Once the trend confirms you enter the market, you mean, no?
Exactly, especially on gold. So I can show you guys. I have an account set up here with, as some of you guys know, I'm working on developing some algorithms that I wanted to show you guys. By the way, guys, make sure that you go into the description of this video where you have Dirk's YouTube channel, The Good, the Bad, and the Bitcoin. Make sure you go in there and join his YouTube channel. I'm sure he has links to other social media on there as well. And I actually also have a YouTube channel, which I believe might be in the description.
I wanted to mention that as well. But on my YouTube channel, you primarily find stuff about cryptocurrency trading, which I, of course, here on the 5ers talk not as much about.
I've actually started doing daily market updates. So every morning now, it feels like a really good idea. But I know that it's, you know, this, you know, recording content and making videos, doing it consistently, like every day. It's like might sound like a really good idea, but then you start doing it, and it's like I don't know how long I'm going to keep doing this. But I've started a new series. Every morning, I record a quick 5 to 10 minute video, you know, covering all the important levels in the markets, and hopefully it's going to be a new thing that I do, because I do it for myself anyway. You know, every morning I go through all the levels, so I figured, why not just do a quick video on it, you know, and just while I do the whole market scanning. And so far it's been quite good. Okay, so I want to so that's chilling my own YouTube channel for you guys, very discreetly. But I wanted to show you. Okay, so we got gold. First, I'm going to show you the trade that I got open here on gold. This one right here. I believe it's this one. Yeah.
Sorry, can you excuse me for a couple of minutes? I need to open.
You are excused.
Here. Thank you.
Yep. So that's the gold trade. Let's see. Let's pull all of this down. So basically, entered this based on, you know, the fact that we had the rejection of range EQ, and then we had that lower time frame, you know, range, and then we broke down. But now it seems like the level where I wanted to TP down here looks like it's being front run, right? So front run. So I'm thinking, let's start securing the position. And this is, by the way, on the hypergrowth valuation, because I haven't traded on this for a while, so I need to take a trade to make sure that the time doesn't run out on that one. Felt like I need to take a quick little small position trade here on gold, risking like 0.5%, or maybe I think I risk like 0.25% on this one. So far, it's looking fairly good here on the 1 minute. Let's move that stop loss down a little bit as well. Actually, no, well, let's TP here. Okay, I'm closing that one, and I think seeing as what price action is doing right now at a significant support level, you might understand why I decided to close that one. Probably a little bit too early, but I feel like it's I feel like this is this is the right thing to do, because you see how it broke down here. Like, this is the type of price action that I want to be in on the breakdown, and I entered here, and then we saw price stalling on that support. So okay, close that one for a small profit. Probably going to go higher now. I'm not going to buy here. Am I going to buy here? Maybe I'm going to buy here. Am I going to buy here? Maybe I'm going to buy here. Maybe not. Maybe I am. Let's make maybe a decision instead of just saying weird things. Should we buy here? Yeah. Let's buy. Okay, let's go in. We go long here. Are we going to go long here? No, you know what? We're going to place a limit order. Okay, that's going to be our entry. Where's the stop loss? Where is the stop loss? That's going to be a long. Okay, so we put our stop loss here. That's going to be our entry. And then for TP, where do we want to have our TP? We want to have our TP probably is up here, looking at a very quick little trade here, low time frame breakout trade. I want to have my entry right there. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is going to right click. I'm going to go into trading. I'm going to select new order because I can't have a limit. Okay, it's going to be a pending order. It's going to be a buy, not a buy stop limit. It's going to be buy stop. No, wait, it's, yeah, okay, it's going to be buy stop. And price is going to be 3225.94. And we are going to buy with a volume of 0.5 15. Okay, let's put it in here. Let's add the stop loss as well. Then we're going to be adding the take profit as well. You can't see the window because it's not showing. Okay, so this is the trade, right? We're going to buy stop right above that low time frame consolidation. Kavita said, don't buy lol. Let's buy. Momentum is down. Well, thank you. Thank you. Wow. Okay. Do you have perhaps a signal service that you want to provide me with? Yeah, this is called trading. Welcome. Okay, let's remove that order right now. My initial TP would have been hit right here. Okay, so that idea would not be valid.
Did you get into your shorter?
Oh yeah, I got, but I sold. I bought back when I had this rejection.
Okay.
This reaction here.
Oh, nice, good idea.
Yeah,
not the second part, but the short was a really good one.
Okay, so
and
now we're kind of in between. I have to pull up TradingView here. Okay, let's pull up TradingView to do some more proper analysis. So I like the fact, do the planning in TradingView. Yes, thank you for letting me know that I closed it early. I don't think I closed it early though. I think, I mean, obviously, I closed it, but I don't think I closed it early. You look at price action right here, you can see that I closed it when we hit that zone right here. I wanted to see I want to see more bigger move to the downside here. So we're testing another support area here on the low time frames right here. But then if we zoom out, we look at the 5 minute. Is this really a level that we want to be buying? No, I think this is not the level to buy. I think this down here is the level to buy. So right now it's like gold is in a range, and we are right now in between the range EQ and range low. Remember that my short was based on a rejection of that level down to this level, and now we're between range lows and range EQ. We're right here. We want to buy here or perhaps sell up here again. So we're going to be waiting for price action to develop here on gold before we take another decision. But I really like the idea of using stop orders, stop buy and stop sell, not limits, but markets. And the reason why I like it is because if you see a pattern developing, like for example, you come down into support area and you see that price is using that level as support, but it's not confirmed, then you can place a buy stop at the level where you think it's confirmed. And that helps you be a little bit more patient, right? Because you're not entering at market right now. You're putting the orders at levels where you feel the price action is confirmed.
Actually, what was done, like I remember, when was it, like 20 years ago, when like price action slowly got more popular and pin bars, engulfing patterns, inside bars, outside bars, and all that stuff got more, actually, the attention it deserves, in my opinion. This is how you classically trade it. If you look, for example, at a pin bar. So for those of you who do not know what a pin bar is, I'm sure like when it comes to candlestick, it has a different name. I know there's a pin bar because back then I always looked at pin bars, or like bar charts, not candlestick charts. Would be, for example, a downside pin bar. You have a small head, like opening and close, very closing price lower than the opening price, so the body would be red with a very long wick to the outside, because they say, it kind of looks like a coffin nail or something like this. So that's a pin bar to the downside, can be to the upside. If you have the green body up here and a large wick to the downside, it's a pin bar to the upside. And then you would have entered this trade with a stop sell order, in this case, when price broke below the low point of the pin bar. And classically, of course, then you would have worked with stop sell, stop buy orders in this case. Yeah, thank you. I was looking for that one, Andrea. It's called a hammer when it comes to candlesticks. Absolutely correct. I learned it back then as pin bar. Works very well, in my opinion. Still, I'm looking for structures like this, for example. If I really look at long-term charts, for example, weekly charts or even monthly charts, if you see a structure like this, pin bar to the upside or downside, this is very, very strong price action, especially since you don't have so much noise in the market. But then again, it's also a structure you maybe see like every couple of years when it comes to weekly and monthly charts. From my experience, the lower you go in the time frame, the less dependent you should be on structures like this. So always use them in confluence with support and resistance, not as standalone structures. So the same message probably like back I had earlier for the what was it, RSI. Yeah, you can see now I'm getting here my first long signals for gold again, but I don't want to trade this yet because it's in no man's land. We are somewhere in between what is the lower momentum bound, which is at 3-16 at the moment, and the upper one at 3-32. So I'm, as I said earlier, like in hindsight, first of all, this would have been a good trade. I just was with my stop loss up here too tight here. So I should have been more patient on this one. But again, no, should have, could have. That's the demise of a trader. So what I want to wait now for is ideally price going still a little bit lower to this area here, and then see a structure like we saw earlier here, or maybe a bottom signal from this indicator, a combination like confluence around a zone of support with a bunch of my indicators and price action indicators. And within that combination, when I know like there's a chance above 50%, there's a chance above coin flip that we could see a rebound to the moving average on the upsides again. Until that happens, I don't see any necessity to really go into that trade. Now, you might ask, of course, yourself, rightfully so, well, Dick, if you're talking about confluence, why in the world did you enter this trade earlier and then got stopped out? Well, this is because when you see signals into the direction that was on a shorter time frame prior to the signal, the trend, which was the downtrend. I said it this morning. We had quite a momentous move in the beginning of the EU session to the downside here in gold. And often when you see a bounce back to the 200 EMA, and then one of those signals that point like, oh, okay, there's like probably action to the downside coming in again now. It's usually a very good standalone signal. The only problem really was here, my stop loss was just too tight. Otherwise, I would have front run Jonatan a little bit in his beautiful short trade there.
I want to show you guys some things I've been working on. So here you see a bootcamp account, and you can see I have different EAs that I've applied here, and most of them are breakout ideas, right? So you can see here on the Nasdaq, for example, it's creating a range here. Now this is not trading in April because I've seen that the results are not good in April, so I'm not trading this one in April, but it's basically a breakout system where you create these boundaries on the range, and then it places it's a one-to-one risk-to-reward trading system, and it places just a buy stop above the highs with a one-to-one risk-to-reward ratio, and then a buy stop below the lows as well. So you can see right here on that breakout, it would have been a long trade. It would have been a long trade here as well, and a short trade here. And it's actually quite interesting how this works. And I have a breakout system on gold as well. Now, it's both on the 30 minutes and the 50 minute, but the signals are very, very rare because it's a combination of a breakout system with Bollinger Bands and ATR signals, and they have to align, so it's quite rare. And then we have GBP, JPY, and I actually want to show you this because we have orders in the market for GBP, JPY, and Euro JPY. So this is a breakout trading system, but it's based on the 1 hour, and it's using fairly big range. So this is more of a swing trading EA. You can see here on GBP, JPY, it has a... Now you can see that most likely this indicator is based on this as the high. Okay, so this is most likely the high of the range, and therefore you see that you have a buy stop right above that high, and then stop loss down here and TP. And it's so interesting to see that this is actually a trade that I could take manually as well. If we break this level, then the next level above is that one. I don't know if this is probably just coincidence that it aligns with price action. And then we got the same on Euro JPY. And this is, it's interesting stuff. And for those of you who have been following along here, you know that I've, started working on, developing ES over the last few months, and it's finally, getting to the point where I'm testing these in the live markets, and it's exciting to see, that they got the orders placed and everything. But let's see, I'm gonna evaluate this at the end of the month because it's taking so few trades. But the back testing on this is actually quite interesting. I'm gonna show you, because you can actually back test these ES right in MetaTrader. So if you select the strategy tester here, you see that it comes up here, and we can go in and we can select one of these. Maybe we can take a look at that one. And it's really fascinating how you can see the back testing results in real time when testing in MetaTrader. I'm gonna open that up, and now I have to select.
I think you need to switch window, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a bit annoying always when it opens a new window.
Yeah. But here it's going to start visualizing the. This is on Euro USD. That's actually the wrong market. We should probably select the right market when testing this. Let's see. Right. Quickly got the new window up. And now with the world of AI and everything, it's easier than ever to create strategies like this one. And what's cool with this strategy tester is you can run it in full time. And here you see that this is running very quickly, obviously, but you see that it's creating buy stop orders and buy sell orders above and below these ranges. You can see here, as if it's going to break out, then it's going to it's a small move to the upside. And the idea is to only trade during the US session, and it removes all the orders right before the close of the US session, and it never trades over the weekends or never trades over the day. And here you can look at the the history of the trades. We're up $15 right now, but it's interesting to see that it actually is profitable. Now, these are very small positions. It's only taking volume is only 0.1. So these are only very small positions just to try it out. But here you can see a breakout trade, hits that buy, and there's a close sit. But yeah, actually profitable and fully automated. So if this works, now you can see that it had a sell here, and then it closed it there because the market's closed. But it's just fascinating, the whole idea that you could potentially be able to not do anything. Well, you have to do something. You have to optimize the strategy and you have to know when to shut it off and when to have it on. But in general, this is making money in your sleep. This is literally what it is. And it's quite incredible that I haven't figured out, haven't experienced, got the idea earlier to create these, trading algorithms.
With a back test, does that take into commission and stuff like this into account, or do you know?
Yeah,
that? Yeah.
It's setting
spread and commission.
Tested it. Yeah, but I've actually tested this quite. I've tested this quite. It's actually quite robust. I've tested it. I've used auto sample and inside sample testing.
Good.
I've tested it with Monte Carlo simulations. I've tested it on different indices and different time frames, and this is actually a very robust system on the Nasdaq.
And
it's based on.
to do that on I kind of just in the moment you mentioned it, that you backtested it on MetaTrader, I thought like, yeah, right, there's something like this you can do with it. Shows how long I haven't used MetaTrader really. I usually use like my own Python code to backtest things, but yeah, it makes sense because this is an MQL 4 or 5 probably coded, right? And then you can deploy it as an EA right away. I should do that as well. That's a good idea.
And you can see
it's going to be my afternoon project. Actually, I wanted to install my new PC because I got a new nice desktop PC with a very powerful graphic cards where I can do all kinds of machine learning stuff without my GPU having the heat death like it has right now. And yeah, it's going to be a nice first application for it then.
Yeah, I will. I'm like honestly, I'm using some quite advanced.
That's good to know, Hamid. Thank you for that comment.
So this is not only using MetaTrader and things like that. I'm actually using quite advanced. I can't, I obviously can't disclose everything because it's part of the edge. But I can let you know in private later after the live stream.
You can always sell it in the MQL 4 or 5 store there as well now, rent it out if that function.
I'm actually setting up a server in like I've ordered a server. It has 36 cores. It got like 200 RAMs. Memory is like a really powerhouse, and it's running going to be running a software, a machine learning software that is testing millions of different trading strategies at the same time, and then it's pumping out the ones with some profitability, and it's really insane. I got my own little algo quant station here.
Yeah, that's a really good comment, by the way, Vinicius. That is in general true. You have not only if you backtest like EAs in general for strategies. It's very often you backtest a strategy on a demo account, and it turns out to be profitable. And then when you deploy it to reality, it's not profitable anymore. I think if I should take an estimation, that happens at least to me like 8 out of 10 times. This is why it's so important to always have that process. You not just want to blindly trust your backtest, especially if you like optimized on available data, because you are very quickly in the phase where you overfit your algorithm to the data. That's why you need to do also, if you do like you just said, out of sample Monte Carlo, that makes things better, but still deploying it live can be a different beast. You can kind of circumvent that, in my opinion, if you really backtest based on tick data. So not hourly data or 5-minute data, but really tick data that brings your quality up to 99%. But still then there's a difference between backtesting, demo, and a real life environment. Why is that? Because in my opinion, at least, you have this lag. And even if the lag is just a couple of milliseconds, it sometimes is enough when the markets are really crazy volatile to take away over the long term your edge. So do it slowly. The way I usually go about it is after I'm still left over with good systems after demo trading or demo testing, then back testing, and so on, the whole process, that I give them a little bit of money. So I'm talking here about something like, I want to test it with $500. Or why not take, a 5ers account, like for evaluation, to test it? Because there you can be sure, hey, if it works on this one, I can just continue this to trade this account and get funded over time. So that's something valid in my opinion. But you don't want to throw something like 10,000 or 100,000 or even more on a system that has freshly gone live, in my opinion.
So the thing is, the most important part is understanding how to actually so I've just entered a long order on gold. It's going to switch to MetaTrader. The question is not
what?
Okay, you need to understand how to test the data. Okay, I'm in here. Let's go. It's a long order right there. Possible breakout.
Let's see, the long signal I showed earlier would have been a good one, actually, but I just didn't like the place where it was. You're doing the breakout here again, yeah?
Yeah, that's the breakout. Yeah. So how do we test the system? That's the big question. And here you see it's the breakout. Good catch here with that stop order. How you test the system is very important, and you can't use code a strategy on TradingView and test a TradingView in strategy tester. You need to have very advanced tools out there, and there are some tools out there cost in the range of 5K USD, and it's very advanced tools. And if you're going to develop an algorithm, you need to have the right tools, because you will need to run different simulations and different tests of that strategy, and it's going to take a very long time, and you need a very powerful computer. For example, the testing that I've done on NAS, it took me about 1 week of thorough testing, and I ran it on I believe it had ran it on 16 cores, and it used like all of 74 gigs of RAM memory for that whole week. Are you have a slow computer?
Are you like using machine learning algorithms for that?
Yes.
But then you are dependent on a strong GPU, not CPU.
No, it's actually CPU. It's actually based on CPU. It's not
but
GPU.
But they are faster with GPU, really. It's like where all the power is.
The software that I'm using is actually dependent on CPU. It's using CPU, which is a good thing, because
it's cheaper.
So much cheaper. Yeah,
that's true. I always rented from AWS like 4 GPU system, and you very quickly rake up a couple of $100s in fees if you heavily use it, if you really have millions and billions of parameters you want to test and optimize.
Yeah, this time around, what I did was I just bought a server instead, because it's more expensive to rent. Yep.
Gold deflecting again on the moving averages there, the 50 and 21. I still want to see it go down to 16 first before I do anything.
Let's see.
I think in a couple of months we are going to call this not the live trading show, the live trading EA show.
Everyone's
There's nothing wrong about this, but I meant to say already earlier, if you are, because I know a lot of you guys out there, you might be very new to this whole trading circus here. And like when you start trading, I'm still convinced that you need a solid understanding and feeling for how market moves. I've yet to meet somebody who started like from the get-go to just hard code strategies and automate them. That was successful. All the traders that are successful that I know I'm a little bit older. I've done this for such a long time, older than the average viewer here. They're either manual traders or later on in their career have progressed into more automated trading, because they want to enter the trades based on the manual strategy that works for them, when they are sleeping, for example. Especially true for markets that trade 24/7, like cryptocurrencies. Why is that? Because understanding like how markets move and getting a feeling for that and seeing for yourself, there's a break in structure, there's a new trend unfolding with higher highs, with higher lows, or the opposite, or we have a ranging market at the moment, gives you a better understanding also when analyzing your automated strategy. Why is it working? Why is it not working? And what are the areas I could tweak it? At least from my experience as somebody who also for most of his career has been a manual trader, still is a manual trader, especially when it comes to long-term strategies, of course.
Yeah, so the plan here is to build a portfolio of algorithms that would be not replace manual trading, of course. It would just be a a portfolio, just like you have a your portfolio with your actual trading, and then you have a portfolio, maybe long-term investment. So it would basically just be adding a portfolio on the portfolios that already exist. So I wouldn't really be relying too much on it, but if it works, then it's if it works,
you gotta understand the chances and limitation of EAs. Yeah, be it sometimes you can also find out like, oh, my EA works when there are certain market settings or certain market hours and not during others. So it's a top-down approach, in my opinion. You need to granularly analyze where does it work, where doesn't it work, and just accept also that it probably is not going to work in every market under every market condition, because there is no holy grail system.
But that's why you want a portfolio of algorithms that are not correlated.
So one can offset the other one. Absolutely agree with that.
Yeah. So the problem is that the equity curve will be quite, it won't be it would be a slow equity curve. You wouldn't be like making an insane amount of money, because when one strategy is doing well, another is doing poorly. But it's about finding the allocations to each strategy. And one idea that I'm working on, I'm actually show you guys this. So I'm going to go into Trading View here. Yeah, I didn't plan on showing this today, but let's see if I can find the chart. Okay, so what am I going to see? We got SPX. SPS macro cycles. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to develop a... Okay, so let's see, where should I begin here? Okay, so we have a watch list here with called macro analysis. And here I have different charts with... On the top here, we have lending standards, and then we have credit defaults, we have credit growth, household debt levels, and business investment trends. Now, these are charts from, for example, Fred. It's from the International Monetary Fund, and it's the Bureau of Economic Analysis and things like that. And we can look at one as an example. Let's remove all of this. We can look at, for example, this one, which is the bank. So this is the bank lending standards for, it says right here, it says net percentage of domestic bank tightening standards for commercial, industrial loans to large and middle market firms. So this is the lending standards for bank to in the middle to large segment for companies. So basically what this is telling us is that how tight is the lending standards for banks. And as you can see right here, this is about the availability of money. When we are at a credit cycle peak or a bull market peak, a lot of times an environment like that, when we reach a peak, you will see that the banks are going to tighten their lending standards. That's something that always happens before a bigger downturn in the markets. And then at the very bottom of for example, we have so here we have the 2008 financial crisis like that. I mean, it's always going to happen. So we have the .com bubble, we have the financial crisis, we have COVID around here. So crisis like that is obviously always going to happen when the bank lending standard are getting more and more tighter. And then at the bottom, the banks, obviously, there's more competitiveness in loaning up money, and the better deals you can get, the better for the banks. And that obviously happens at the low of a bear market. So this is just one of these indicators. And what I'm looking to do is to create an indicator where I put together all the values of, so for example, you have the bank lending standard right here. And then the next one is credit defaults. So if so these are the credit defaults to consumers. What's the percentage or the amount of consumers that are defaulting on their loans, right? And then we have the next one, which one is this? I can't remember exactly what this one is. But then we have the house debt level. So this is how much in debt are the general households in the US, and then the next one is how likely is it for consumers and to invest in, or how likely is it for businesses to invest in growth. And if we combine all of these indicators, now the idea is to combine all of these indicators into one bound indicator, where if credit defaults goes up, and at the same time you see bank lending standards go up, so the banks are loaning out less money, and the money that has been lent out, people are defaulting on their loans, which means we're kind of getting into an area where it's the whole economy is kind of tightening up. And then I want to add to that the M2 global supply of money. If I'm able to put all of this together into a bound oscillator going from 0 to 100, we could perhaps create an indicator that tells us the risk of a recession. So all of these lines here should add up to a bound oscillator here at the bottom, which basically tells us, recession area or a bottom area. I'm still trying to figure out which of the indicators I should use and which ones are the most important ones. But it's it should be very interesting, because right now what I'm doing is I'm analyzing all of these from a individual point of view, analyzing everything and then comparing them, and it's a bit time consuming. So hopefully I have this indicator set up probably at the end of next month. I have that set up, but it should be quite interesting to try it out on historic price action to see how accurate it actually is. But it should
probably need to you probably cannot use it when to sell stocks, for example, when it hits 100, like full blow on recession, because you are looking at lagging indicators, at least to a certain extent.
Oh yeah, it's some of these indicators are only the data is only provided every 3 months, so it's very lagging.
3 months, and then for the previous year, and since the stock market is kind of trading what is going to happen probably to the economy in 6 months down the road. But nonetheless, if you maybe add a bunch of early indicators also to that, like thinking, what could you add there? Like something like consumer confidence, for example, housing starts.
Yeah. Exactly. The what I'm thinking is adding consumer confidence, adding inflation rate, and things like that, and also compare.
Retail sales, maybe I would add too.
Yeah, and also compare earlier cycles. See how is it front running, is it not front running, and the general idea is to create an indicator for myself, an indication on when to dollar cost average in a bear market. So for example, if the indicator shows that we're still in the peak cycle, we have a dip on the S&P 400, but we're still in the peak cycle, or the peak of the credit cycle, then obviously at that point I don't want to be dollar cost averaging. But if I see that the indicator is slowing down and we're exiting the peak phase of the credit cycle, at that point I would start a dollar cost average strategy. Now, it's lagging quite a lot, but it could act as a good indication of where we are in the cycle.
I think it's a great idea, really.
Because all of these indicators, that's what creates, creates the foundation of the credit cycle.
Have you done like a correlation analysis of the individual indicators to the S&P 500?
Well, obviously we have the business investment trend. That it's quite obvious why that works. But if we remove everything and we just add that, it's so basically what this indicator is telling us is how much or how likely are businesses to invest in themselves, basically their own growth. Like are businesses sitting on cash, or are businesses investing in materials for their own business? Are they investing in themselves? Basically, we have two of those here. So as you can see here, it is somewhat somewhat correlated, but it's reported. It's quite laggy. It's reporting every month or something like that. But there's of course some real confluence between
what you could do here really is like if you download the data for all the indicators, and then you don't even need to do that manually. You can use like ChatGPT or Claude or whatever AI for that, and ask like, hey, do a correlation analysis for each indicator with the S&P 500 plus the indicators versus each other, so a correlation matrix by the end of the day, and then apply also look if there's a lag, or do a lag analysis, let me put it like this, when it knows what to do with this. Because sometimes it's better to, for example, work with moving averages of the indicators and see something like, what the CPI did like 3 months ago actually now has an effect on what the S&P 500 is doing, or what consumer confidence is doing. This is quite interesting. Sometimes you can see like, this is from a totally different angle. This is something I probably would not have seen by manually trying to decipher the charts.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Maybe you should add like a global money supply also to it.
It's down here. That's the M2.
That is that. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but this is something I'm working on. Hopefully, it's a very advanced concept. So,
but this is how you need to go about when it comes to long-term view of the markets, when to kind of prepare what is probably going to happen months or years down the road. To not be surprised by events like, and you're still going to be surprised. I was surprised by the things Donald Trump is doing right now, and but super nice. I very much like that goes very much actually also in the direction of what I do on, I wouldn't say on a daily basis, because once you have those concepts like automated in a way, you don't look like every day. The credit cycle is not going to change from one day to another, obviously. But it helps you really to kind of have the picture in your head, how's the situation of the world actually right now?
Yeah, I think, what I do is I look at all these indicators, then I try to determine. Now this is I basically try to determine what does this mean for the market, and then I combine all the information that I'm getting from all of these indicators, look at the numbers, and then I try to understand what does this number mean to the current market condition. And then I combine all of that, and I basically ask myself, are they pointing in the same direction or not? And if they are pointing in the same direction, what direction is that? And right now, most of these indicators are pointing towards the idea that we are in or close to the peak of the credit cycle, and maybe also in a possible contraction phase of the credit cycle, which most of the time means a recession. Now, it's important to remember that the credit cycle is like between 5 and 10 years long, or even longer. So a top in the credit cycle doesn't really happen very often. But I do like the idea of looking at cycles in the market. It could also be, if you go back to EUR/USD could also be cycles in price action. If you go to the weekly here for EUR/USD, you basically have two types of cycles. Or you have different types of cycles. You have first a range basically here, and I see that as a range, as a type of cycle. Right now, EUR/USD is within this price action, and it's within a certain environment. That is also the low of a bigger cycle, which is that one right here. And then we were trading within that cycle. Now, what's important to understand is that now that EUR/USD is breaking out, it's a big thing. It is, but it's important to remember, if we go and look at the dollar currency index and we go out to the weekly like this, the breakout on EUR/USD that we're seeing is just this small move right here. That's just that small move to the downside. And in the bigger picture, we are far away from the average price. We're far away from the mean price of what the dollar has done for the last 20 years. So this right here is the last 20 years of price action. And as you can see, we have 3 different types of cycles. The first one down here, and then we got that one, and then this one. This small range or environment is actually a very small part of the overall history and the ranges and the cycles of the dollar. So the break that we're seeing right here might actually not be, it's significant because we're entering a previous range, but it's kind of like back to a more normal environment. Not sure when the euro was introduced to. It's the beginning of the 2000s, I believe. So we have to take that into consideration as well when we're kind of looking at this chart. When was the euro created?
Beginning of the 2000s. I still remember I was working for a bank back then, and I was commandeered to count Deutsche Mark and exchange them to euro for clients. So everybody would come in with a sacks of Deutsche Marks to exchange them.
Wow. I remember I was quite young. I was, I'm born in 90, so I was probably around
12 or something.
10, 11, something like that. And I was in Spain, and I remember I was in Spain on the day when they changed to the euro, and I remember there was all these rumors like you have to buy this like the day before, you have to buy all of this stuff, because it's going to be so much more expensive, and it's like catastrophic, and then it's like nothing really became much more expensive. It's like
you cannot use your Spanish lira anymore.
Yeah.
Or no, pesos. I don't even remember what they were called.
Me neither. I can't remember. I don't know, but yeah. So cycles, very important to understand the cycles that we have here in the markets, and the move that we're seeing now on the euro might actually be just an entry into a previous cycle, and yeah, it's we are far away from the average long-term price of your USD. But we can actually, shouldn't it be possible to add an EMA here?
Of course.
You can just look at the average price. So what should that be? Let's use a simple one. So what's a long?
I think you can also
EMA we
apply
should be
like
using
a script, the average.
Yeah, let's look at the. It's lagging. TradingView is lagging quite a lot. I can't even open the settings indicator. Okay, that's weird. Oh, okay, what is happening? Try again. Nope, doesn't work. Can I go into my indicator? I can't go into the settings of anything here. So I wanted to look at the 200 monthly simple moving average. 200 monthly, that makes no sense. That's a very long time. This is a good question. Does the VWAP make sense to use in Forex? No, it doesn't make sense to use in Forex unless you're looking at perhaps the futures. So the VWAP is the volume weighted average price, and it's basically it's actually an indicator used by a lot of institutions because it's a moving average, but it's also weighted based on volume. So it's adding sort of a volume moving average, and it tells you where the average price has been traded for a particular stock or a particular asset based on the volume and the average price. So if you want to get in on that day at the best average price, and if you have like very large positions and you don't want to move price too much, it's the VWAP where you want to get in, because that's where most of the volume and has been traded at the average price. Now, with the fact that it's weighted with volume, it makes no sense to use in the Forex market, because in the Forex market, you're using tick volume and it's not centralized. So it's decentralized and you're looking at tick volume. However, I would assume that VWAP would be more accurate to use in the futures market, on, for example, the Euro futures market, where it's centralized and volume is the actual volume. Can we trust the volume that is shown in MetaTrader 5? It's real for that particular broker, and it's tick volume. So you should never trust volume in any Forex market unless it's centralized. And Forex is not centralized. The only centralized place you can look at Forex prices is the Forex futures exchanges. So volume is not trusted in the Forex market. It's very important to remember.
So I have to excuse myself for another 5 minutes.
Sure. Okay, apparently we do have a breakout on Bitcoin. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. I don't think, do we have a breakout on Bitcoin? Let's take a look. Are you trading this Bitcoin breakout? Like, what breakout? Where's the breakout? It's literally ranging. Yeah. It's not a breakout. It's not a breakout. It sucks that I can't go into the settings of the indicator. So I get stopped out on my long position on gold. We are now approaching levels of interest here on the lower time frames. So I will begin looking at a possible new long position here. It's about to break out. We never know, right? We never know. Saying things like it's about to break out, we don't know. Okay, so I'm now looking at the lows here for gold to enter a new long position around this area. Looking for some bullish momentum to come in here to perhaps enter a new long position, and I would love to see this go up into the range EQ area. Bitcoin, there's no signs of Bitcoin about to break out. Not at all. Not from my perspective, at least. Okay, 4-hour breakout. No breakout here. It's literally creating lower highs. Not really any type of breakout here. A bull flag on 1 hour. Okay, so bull flag on the 1 hour. Do you think this is... I wonder what is the bull flag here. Okay, so I might be looking at this as a bull flag. So is this the flagpole or part of the flagpole? If you're looking for bull flag, then maybe this is it. And then you'd have this being the top of the channel. So I don't think I don't know, like, is this a bull flag? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would call this a bull flag. Could be, perhaps, but then this would be the breakout, right? Yes, I don't think that's a bull flag. It's not really showing the right characteristics of a bull flag. Okay, gold is right now at the very lows of this area. Is it breaking down? Are we going to break the range to the downside? Are we going to be hitting that, 3,175? Is this the move that we're seeing? Or are we seeing a possible bounce at these levels? There's strong momentum to the downside, definitely, on gold. I think we might actually break down here. The possible short on gold, I mean, if we start using this level as support, then obviously I want to be buying. But if we start breaking down, if we break down here and we retest this level from the downside, then this would obviously be a this would obviously be more of an interesting short.
Finally, some action in gold.
Yeah, what are you thinking here? Do you think are we looking at a break lower, or, I mean, I guess it's impossible to know.
I'm preparing some long. I'm longing now. I'm going to long another one in 1 minute.
Yeah, I want to wait. I think there's a lot of selling pressure here. I want to wait a bit before I enter long here. But it is a good level to buy. It is definitely a good level to buy.
Yeah. So that one I have to wait. How's that, if I may ask, on is that on all 5ers accounts that you have to put in a stop loss for every position immediately, or do you have some time and leeway?
You have time. You have time to put in a stop loss, and I'm not sure if a stop loss, you have to have a stop loss for all programs. I have to look that up. I mean, naturally, of course, at one point I want to have a stop loss in, but sometimes when things are hectic, you're trying to keep up, you're looking at a million things, and maybe you forget. Yeah, okay, it's breaking down. That's a solid break to the downside.
That's okay. I bought. I've been waiting for that. So let me just put a stop in here. Here we go. So now everything is moving suddenly. I want to short some ETH also, some Ethereum.
Okay, so we broke down now. I think if we can retest this level from the downside, then I would be looking to short a retest if it confirms that it's rejecting.
Sorry, I have to enter some positions here.
Yeah, no problem. I'm also trying to figure out how to play this. Let us know in the comment, guys. Let's put out some music as well. I'm so busy talking that I haven't put on any music. So, what do you guys think? Let them know in the comments. Do you think it's this is the low, or are we going to break down lower? Yeah, your USD is looking weak as well. I agree with that. So this is, I mean, I like questions like this, but it's also important that to understand that we can't really give you advice like that. We can't really give you advice on, you know, if should you close the position, should you, you know, I think it's very important that you make plans for this before you enter the trade. Because if I help you with this, if I tell you like, yeah, you can do this and do that, basically what I'm doing is I'm not only am I giving you, you know, advice on your trading, which I definitely shouldn't be doing, and you're also relying on someone else for your trading. So I think it's, if you don't know what to do, then you need to exit that trade, and then you need to make a plan for your next trade. Basically, that's going to help you much more than me telling you what to do on a individual trade. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, let me quickly change to my screen here to walk you through this. So it was a bit early here. I thought we had already Confluence. I bought basically here for the first time, going to add to the position should this one stay valid. Want to return, trade the return either to the moving averages here, maybe even to the 200 EMA. I have to see later how we get into that trade. So 5 seconds. And yeah, good, buying another one there. So 3 to 12.04, 3 to 10.5 are my entries on gold. I also entered actually a short position on Ethereum on Confluence signals here. These are very good to trade a return either to the ATR. So ATR at that case would be somewhere at 1639, 1640. Potentially also all the way down to the 200 EMA. However, very small positions always, because I need to be prepared, especially when it comes to cryptocurrencies. My strategy is sometimes that I like to add to the trade, which was critical in the markets we saw the last 3 weeks, because sometimes things just go absolutely bonkers to the upside and downside. Usually works well. I'll later adjust here. That's my question to Jonatan on the gold trade, not this one. This one, no, we get also Confluence signals here. That is very nice, guys. This is exactly what I like to look for.
Okay, I went short here.
You went short. I think that's going to be turnaround here. We didn't have any news going out right now, no? Did we? No, nothing of importance anymore. Is Trump already awake and tweeted something stupid? Something important. No, last one was 8 hours ago. Okay, but for sure something happened there. That is unusual.
Yep. I went short based on the fact that we broke the level to the downside, and now we're retesting the level. And we
good one for this one. Like around here, 70, 21, 26. This would be an area where I like to exit this trade. Pretty confident on that one. Nonetheless, of course, have your stop loss in place. Don't just listen to what I say. This is not a 100% always profitable trading strategy. However, this is why they are marked there as confluence signals, obviously as well, which means that usually when you have basically these are 3 indicators. I'm not going much into detail what they do because they do a lot, and if you get signals from them all in the same area, that usually is a good sign. That doesn't mean that price cannot continue lower first. That doesn't mean that necessarily we need to go to the upside all of the time. But for me, that's quite a high confidence level. This is why I'm long 0.2 lots now. Stop, I would be considering maybe here at 86 or maybe even at 80. I think that would be a solid area to change my mind on that one. So I'm risking on that, what would that be? 0.7, 0.8% on this trade. Solid one. Nice. I've been waiting for something like this for quite some time, especially during this time of the day. Usually those always come either at night when I'm not awake or in the later US sessions.
Yeah, you're really making me question.
Don't be questioned by me. That's also why I said now I'm confident in this trade. However, we are talking about a confidence level above 50%. That still leaves you with 45 or 40% of that this is a breakout really, and we are going all the way down to the last lower low.
Yeah, this is the short.
I think Mike is in the background. He's already also excited about gold.
I think he's trading already.
What's that? What?
What's up, man?
Welcome, Mike. How's it going?
Are you in gold?
You gentlemen. Am I in gold? No. Why should I be? What's happening?
Because we just saw a nice move to the downside.
Ooh,
you did trade gold last week, didn't you? On Friday? No.
I did, and I was trading it this morning as well. Got myself $40 off my high stakes phase 1. Nice. Thanks to that. So
nice.
Yeah, that's one hell of an impulsive move down, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yeah,
now
right now,
if we can continue.
Jonatan is short. I'm long now.
Where's your stop loss, Johnson?
My stop loss? 3,227.
Yeah, I can see that. There is a lot of resistance to get past, though.
Yeah.
A lot of resistance to get past. So could be a tricky one. I'll show you the trade that I took on gold this morning on ABL. It was this one here. Let me go down to the 5-minute. So caught that trade, closed it down here, came back to an area that I knew it would eventually come back to, but took a nice area of liquidity, bounced off on the 1 hour, as you can see here. So I was expecting it to bounce off, but I wasn't convinced that it wasn't going to bounce earlier. So that's why I closed basically at the open of that wick, of that candle. And obviously it did come back, and then it's pushed further down. So yeah, I mean, sells look strong at the moment. I'm not going to lie. When you look at how big that move is, for the same reason probably that you're buying, Dirk, that it was impulsive move down. It's also kind of an impulsive move up as well, with a long trail of liquidity down below. The magnet for me at the moment is this open here, is that we opened the week without a wick. So markets opened overnight and just shot up straight away. So for me, that's an indication of a level that price is going to want to come back to and retake, even just to balance things out for positions that would have been open from Friday. So I'd be looking for this area. But in the meantime, there are resistance levels such as just on the 15-minute. There's this one here. and this one here as well. Those are two relatively strong areas. On the one hand,
you're talking about resistance, but you do mean support, right? You mean like resistance in a short trade?
Yes. Sorry. Yes. Support. You're right. It's Monday and it's far too early.
But it makes sense though. Sometimes I'm short and I think about levels of resistance to the downside, like levels of resistance for the trade. But yeah,
exactly.
It's
absolutely levels of support. So this one, I mean, it's a 15 minutes. This is where it gets a little bit tricky with gold. On the 15 minutes, you have this candle here, which is an inside bar. For me, that's liquidity. But prior to that, you've got this engulfing candle here, which hasn't been retested yet. It's been retested now. So if I zoom out and look on the 1 minute, zoom in, should I say, on the 1 minute, I'd be looking for some kind of candlestick pattern. At the moment on the 1 minute, it looks really, really good for sells because you got this reaction here where you have this engulfing candle down, price comes back up, retests that wick, wicks back off, and then this one wicks off again. So for sells, that looks like a really nice opportunity to sell. But as I say, this area that I just moved, this one here is a resistance area on the 15 minute. So price may come back a third time to try and retest these levels before it pushes down to take the liquidity levels further below. At least that's what I'm seeing for now.
Yeah, it's I'm seeing that we have found some type of low time frame support here on the low time frames. We might I'd like for us to we need to break this 1 minute W to the downside, and if we can't do that, then we're probably going to come up and test the so we have that W structure right here on the 1 minute, and the right leg is actually lower than the left one, which adds a little bit of weakness here. Same given the fact that we have a downwards trend line here, so there's some weakness here for sure. But if we hold this, we're probably going to come up and test the 3,217 or 18 area where we broke down. But if we break this to the downside, then I believe we're going to come down and test the level below where I have my TP, is the top of that low time frame structure. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I also added just now to my so this is gold.
It's been a long morning.
It's like nothing happening all morning, then suddenly I get bombarded by alarms from all types of assets and try to sort out which fire to start first, basically. So yeah, gold, I covered that. I added to Ethereum also my short here. That is beautiful what we're seeing here. Target for that is around 40, maybe potentially even 34, whoever the true and EMA is. So I'm 50k short Ethereum right now. Yeah, and that is looking okay. So let's see. Yeah, not often, especially on gold, that we see so much action suddenly at this time of the day. I was a bit caught off guard by that. And of course it happened, in that minute when I walked away from my screen just now to do some other business.
It's always the way.
It's always like this, no? Yeah.
Gold loves to do that to you, doesn't it?
Yeah. It does, yeah, it does. Anyway, guys, I'm going to call it a day for the live stream, at least here now. And let's see if there are news on that gold trade later, or Ethereum trade, of course, as well. I'm going to quickly drop in later and update you guys, or going to leave a message in the comments on YouTube. And yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting day. Best of luck, guys. May the force of trading be with you.
Yeah, good luck, Dirk. I'm gonna take
the gold be with us.
May the gold be with us, or what did you say just now?
May the force of gold be with us.
The force of gold.
Yes, that's right. All right, Mike. You know if Alex is coming on? Well, yeah, he
okay.
Well, so okay. Well, I'll be back later. I'm going to get some lunch and I'll be back later. Take care.
No worries. See you later, guys.
Take care. Bye-bye.
How are we all doing, guys? I may well have been inverting my charts. That is quite right, Henry. Let me pull up my chart here at the moment. So gold did create this engulfing to the downside, suggesting that it's happy to leave this area. So there might still be the sellers coming in to push down, as I suggested earlier. I really would like to see this wick retested first before confirming that sell. If we see a nice wick rejection off that area, then that would be a nice area for sells on gold right now. Not just yet, because it's got this liquidity level here, and we've got also this one on the 5 minute here. So just need to see a bit more confirmation for the time being. Having said that, on the 2 minute, we've got some nice reactions here, here, and here. The 3 minute less so. The 3 minute, we've got now an inside bar there, and we've got an inside bar there. And we've also got an inside bar up here. So gold at the moment is it's getting a bit choppy, and it's creating liquidity either side of things. This here was a new low. So we'll see how that plays out. But for the moment, I wouldn't be comfortable calling it just yet. Let's see what it does on the 1 minute right now. If we can come in and retest this area, let me make that just a little bit darker, and not break it. We haven't broken it, but we have created a perfect equal high. So not something to trade just yet, because most likely that level will get taken as an equal high. There we go. So price isn't just ready just yet. We'll wait and see. It might want to react off of this wick instead of this one, but the fact that it couldn't, this one couldn't hold, is still a suggestion of maybe some more bullish momentum. It could be that we come in and take these levels on the 5 minute, and I think that was what was the 3 minute or the 2 minute on that one. The 3 minute, I think it was. Yeah. So we've got the 3 minute there, 3 minutes down here as well. But for now, we're pumping up. This one has opened without a wick, so it might come and just stick a wick on it before it pumps up, which again would be an indication of us moving higher up. But we'll see how that one plays out. What else are you guys trading? Let me know on the chat. What are you trading? Also, make sure that you are liking and subscribing. We are live for you guys every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and of course we would like to do it every Friday as well if you are willing to have us. There we go. That level also hasn't been respected, so it looks like price for gold at the moment wants to probably come up to here, because on the 5 minute we opened with this candle here without any wick, so it's quite possible that we're now looking at that reaction that I mentioned earlier on the 15 minute. So on the 15 minute, we can see it here. It's starting to build up a little bit of momentum. Nice little area of liquidity here. So it could be that price comes into this area before pushing on down. That's a previous area where price has come in and rejected, or it might just feel that that's enough. I don't think it is necessarily. There's usually a bit more of a pump on these things, but let's see how it plays out. Let's just see if any of these other ones started without a wick. Yes, they did. This one here as well. So we'll see how that one plays out. Let me know if you can hear my microphone okay, guys. I had it turned down a little bit earlier, just so I didn't pick up any background noise from the room. So let me know if you can hear me all right. But let's see. Louis saying bring on Friday. Louis, it's only Monday. What do you want to bring on Friday already for, man? That's crazy talk. It's crazy. We've got a whole week of trading to go first. Vinny is in an NZD CHF. What are you selling it, Vinny? Because I saw that NZD was pumping hard last week. So possible short on there. Rafael is indeed shorting the New Zealand dollar. Was very, very strong. Friday streams. Yeah, exactly. So make sure you like, subscribe, and share for us, guys. We want to have as many of these streams for you guys as possible. In the meantime, there is something that whilst we wait for Alex to join, there's something that I want to like to show you guys because it's pretty cool. That we're working on with the AlphaBeta Lab. I'll explain that in a second. But have a first check of this. How about that, guys? What do you think of my new advert for AlphaBeta Lab? Pretty slick, I would say. The video editors have done wonders with that one, I think it's fair to say. Yeah, let me know what you think of that one in the chat. Quietly proud of that one, I've got to say. Not that I did anything for it. But yeah, that is our new advert for the AlphaBeta Lab. If you don't know what AlphaBeta Lab is, where have you been? What have you been doing? Where have you been hiding? AlphaBeta Lab is the new community powered by the 5ers, but open to everyone. So you don't have to be a 5ers trader. It is open to absolutely everyone from all walks of trading life, whether it be options, CFDs, futures, you name it. Okay, we are happy to have every single one of you, stocks as well, all coming in and joining us. It is an education community, and we want it to be the number one education platform for finance in the world. So we've got big plans for it, yeah, it's entirely free to join. We'd love to see you joining us. The link is in the description and is also on the screen right now. So make sure you get in there. We already have over 700 people in there last time I checked. Yeah, it's a great little community that we're building up for us. As you can see right now, we've got 749 members in there. We have dedicated channels where we get you guys to contribute, you guys to provide your insights, your ideas, your strategies, your journeys, etc. And then we also have the channels dedicated to day trading and also the Lab Lounge. There are tons of great rewards for people who are coming in and providing quality content. So it's really somewhere that we would strongly recommend that you join us for. Stay with Barat says that he's been a member for more than 4 months. Not quite sure how you've managed to do that, Barat, because we haven't been active for more than 4 months. But if you are, then great, congratulations. Yeah, hope you're enjoying the community. Himu, good to see you, my friend. Hope you are well. So gold at the moment reacted down below, but it's now pushing back up again. Again, didn't take that liquidity. You can just see it's just rejected on that wick. I don't know if you can see that on my screen. You can probably barely see it, but it has rejected off it. It's taken this one and now it's pumping up again. So again, not ready yet for those sells. Quite possible that we're going to see a bit of a move up like this, maybe something like that before we come down. That's a possibility with gold. So one to keep an eye out. Approximately. I mean, it's how you calculate your time frames and how you calculate your time is entirely up to you. Time is just a construct, so that's all good. We've only really been open for about a month and a half, but if you think it's 4 months, it's all good. If it feels like 4 months, that's great. So all happy. Maybe he came before. Yeah, time traveler. Could well be, Vinny. Could well be. Barrett, if you are a time traveler, if you could let us know the lottery numbers or something like that, that would be wonderful. So there you go, guys. That is the AlphaBeta Lab. I'd love it to see you joining in there. Alex and I are creating a great community there. We'd love to see as many of you joining as possible. So yeah, come check it out. In the meantime, What else have you guys been trading? I saw we had some New Zealand pairs. We'll open that up in a second. What else have you guys been trading this morning? Or maybe you're sitting out. Maybe you don't like what you see. Let me know in the chat, and we'll break down some charts together. Looking at the New Zealand pairs. So the reason why the New Zealand dollar was so strong, well, you can see it up there. Look at that move. So it has just been pumping last week, really, really strongly. Now that was after a really long period of selling. So we had this move here that I marked out on a fib. And the reason I marked that out is because we chopped around as a range for quite some time. And then we broke past it, broke past the 127 level. And we've reacted off the 161, as you can see, pretty much instantly, with just a few wicks below it. So we're now starting to see some strength come back into the New Zealand dollar, which obviously the Kiwis will be happy to see. But where do we see it going? Well, it's currently hitting that 200 SMA on the daily chart. So there is going to be a little bit of resistance here, but there is still some liquidity to be searched and hunted down on the higher time frames. So we've got a couple of inside bars up here, for example, on the daily. Those of you who know my strategy, I like to look for inside bars as liquidity levels, along with wickless candles and perfect equals highs or perfect equal lows. So yeah, those certainly look like nice levels. I can also see a wickless candle here on the daily. So there's plenty of liquidity to be taken up here. You know, we've reached this 100% level, bounced straight off it, and came back down to the 161. There's certainly scope for some pullback because it's such an impulsive move over the period of 4 days or 3 days last week. So lots to consider there. I'm just having a look to see if Friday opened up as a wickless candle, but it didn't. There was just one pipette in it. So let's drill down to the 4 hour and see what the 4 hour is doing. Well, the 4 hour really hasn't stopped, has it? Throughout that time, you've had a couple of bearish candles, but nothing really significant. You do have some liquidity here, though, on the 4 hour with that inside bar. So it could be that we see price come back down and retest this area here. The reason this area was marked out previously was because we had this engulfing candle pushing to the downside. It was tested here, and then it wasn't respected again. So this is still a strong area for some kind of reaction. So it's quite possible that we might see price pull back down before we then push on up again. Let's look at other time frames, shall we? Let's see. Did we leave this one behind? We did. As you can see here, we've got an inside bar there on the 22 hour. On the 12 hour, nothing as yet, except for we do have this here, I think, which hasn't been taken as well. That's on the 12 hour. And on the 11 hour, that's also a liquidity level, as well as down here is also a liquidity level on the 11 hour. So there's certainly plenty to be hunted and potentially taken. We also have one down here as well. These are not normally left for too long, certainly not a lot of them. So I would expect probably price is maybe going to do a bit of a consolidation, pull back down very slowly before pushing on up further higher. So yeah. Nomad's where is we going? Nomad's asking for the Nasdaq. No problem, Nomad. I'll come on to that in a second. And CHF JPY and pound Aussie dollar. No worries, guys. No worries. Barrett's asking, explain the psychology for an inside bar. Very, very simple, really. For an inside bar, if you imagine that an inside bar on, just as an example, on the 1 hour. Let me find an example for you on the 1 hour. Here we go. Here on this 1 hour example here, you've got this candle pulling down, right? So you've got a level there of liquidity, and you've got a level there of liquidity. The reason that it's liquidity is because price contracted down. It got smaller and smaller and smaller. So when you zoom it out onto the 15-minute, for example, you can see it closed smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until it shot up. That left a whole bunch of orders down here, which I define, or at least I see as liquidity levels to be taken. And sometimes you'll be amazed at how precisely price will come down and take those levels, and then suddenly shoot up or shoot down. So that's why I work with those levels. If we look elsewhere, the other reason, the other levels that I look at is when you have a wickless candle. So we have got one here. This one here is a wickless candle. That's a wickless candle, and what it means is that on the exact moment that candle opened, price shot up without any wick whatsoever. Now, if you imagine the ticks that take place on pricing, they're up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. The exact moment that 1 hour candle opened, price shot up and didn't come back down. That's generally a sign of something very impulsive moving the market, and price would tend to want to come back and revisit that level to close any orders that may have been opened at that time, or sitting open still. Let's have a look. This one as well, we've got a level there. So there's quite a lot of liquidity down here. So it wouldn't be beyond the scope of imagination to expect the New Zealand dollar, US dollar to sell off. Another confirmation of that is this nice engulfing candle here on the 1 hour. Price is coming to test the wick of that candle right now. As you can see it here on the 5 minute. The 5 minute has basically come up. It's decided, no, we're not interested in that inside bar. We're going to leave that for later. And what it's done is it's left some liquidity down here for it to come and take as part of its trail behind it. So a nice little area here potentially. If we see price come into that area, that could be a nice opportunity for sells to come in. If we zoom it in a bit more, then it could be in that area there. So potentially one to look out for on the New Zealand USD at the moment. Certainly nice liquidity further below. If there's anything further down, let's have a look. Nothing at the moment. So I would say a fairly clean run to go down and take this group of orders down here. So there we go. Okay, let's have a look. So Nomad was asking about the NAS. Let's have a look at the NAS. I haven't looked at the NAS today, but after last week's bloodbath, I'm expecting to see some kind of recovery, which sure enough we are seeing at the moment before market open for the US. But again, if you look at how it's opened very, very, very cautiously. And it's not really pumping straight back up. And if you look at these levels here, on the 4 hour, for example, you've got one inside bar after another, after another, after another. So price has gone up. Now, this engulfing candle here suggests that price is happy to leave it behind and come back later, but not for very long, I would say. We've got another one there. And I think... Hey, Dirk.
Hey.
Just having a look here. No, that one isn't. So that is a new high up here. So right now the NAS is a little bit of a tricky one because the NAS has got levels at both ends that could theoretically be targets. We still have, let's see, we still have levels down here. We still have liquidity all down here as well. I don't know about you, Dirk. I didn't see what you and Jonatan were discussing earlier, but part of me does feel as though there's going to be still more of a sell-off on the indices. There still seems to be a lot of nervous sentiment in the market right now.
It is absolutely uncertainty prevails. We were talking earlier about treasury yields like going crazy. Also, the US dollar selling basically off, which is not a good sign. You know, if I were the US president, I wouldn't like that. So I don't think we are done yet when it comes to US indices as well. Always depends, of course, on what, you know, the notion of a day that Trump has basically. Let's put it like this. I just very quickly wanted to join again because for my gold trade, I want to close that one now. We've reached compression zone between, you're not seeing this well on this one, can show it on trading view for you later. So worked out quite well. I'm going to close those trades now with slightly over $100 in profit. Why am I doing this? Yeah, I need to switch back to trading view now first. I really hate that way things are designed here. That is not the chart. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's sometimes so annoying, especially if you have like a million windows opened.
Let's see, what is gold doing? Gold is pretty much kind of chopping around as I suspected it might.
It is chopping around, absolutely. So we had this. Oh, this is the wrong one again. When you want to do things quick. This is the right one. Yeah, here we go. So as I said, I entered this earlier because we had a bunch of confluence down here telling me, okay, this is over-exaggerated to the downside. Price wants to move sooner or later now to the upside again. Of course, you need to scale a little bit into, in my case, I did this with 2 positions. This return now into this area here between the 50 EMA and the 21 EMA. 21 EMA, the yellow line, 50 EMA, the red moving average here. This could be a phase where we are deflected again to the downside, because this whole move here we saw has quite a lot of momentum. So I have 2 choices here. I'm taking the impatient one because I still have a couple of appointments and won't be able to pay as much attention to the charts anymore as I should. It could extend all the way to the 200 EMA, the blue line, so around 24 right now. Could be deflected, I don't know yet. So if you are into a kind of trade like this at the moment as well, instead of taking profit here, you could as well say, I'm going to put my stop loss to break even, maybe plus 50 cents or something to account for spread and to account for commission. So I cannot lose on that trade anymore, except when there are crazy spikes to the downside, maybe. And then I'm going to see if it can reach the 200 EMA, maybe then adjust my stop loss to wherever the moving averages are. So you can kind of ride the wave in upwards momentum that might be coming there. This is what I normally would do. However, I said, because I have an appointment now, I'm not going to do that, because my rule of thumb is always, if I'm not in front of my monitors and it's not automated anyway, I don't want to be in the trade because it deserves attention, obviously. Not too much attention, otherwise you see things that are not there, but at least pay attention to the chart. So I closed that one. Nice day. I think I'm up $140 on gold today for the count, so nothing wrong with that. Instead of posting that in the YouTube chat, I thought I jumped quickly in here as well. That's a good one.
Stuff. Thanks, Dirk. Speak to you later.
Bye.
Let's get back to it, shall we, guys? So gold is still slowly pumping up, but it has now created a bit of a reaction. So we're now starting to see that reaction back down. Now, this wick here is very interesting because you can see it's basically taken out the body of the previous 2 candles and the entirety of this one. So it might go without me, but recent experience has taught me to sit these things out and wait for a minute. So if price comes back into this area to retest it, then that would be a nice opportunity for sells to get in. Looks like a nice timing from Dirk to close out his trade. We've still got this wickless candle up here, which is there on the 5-minute as well. You can see it there, so it's a decent area, but you can see that with the current 5-minute candle, we're seeing some bearish momentum now. The thing with these is that you can sometimes see price come back up, especially on gold, comes back up and then shoots back down, which is what it's doing right this second. So it could still close as a bearish 5-minute candle because there's still over 40 seconds left on it. So I'd be waiting to see whether or not this closes and if we get a wick rejection from it. If we get a wick rejection, then that's a nice opportunity for a sell because we've tapped into this area and tested this zone. We're testing again. I'm not opening any trades until I'm absolutely certain that we're going to see a wick rejection. There we go. It's broken past it. So that is not a valid trade, at least for the time being. For now, it looks as though the 5 minute, you can see that there, it was a bearish candle to the downside. It's now pumping back up and saying, no, we probably want to come and take this area. So if we go back down to the 1 minute, wait and see, this is probably the next area that I'd be waiting to see a reaction. See price come, try and take this level, and then maybe see some kind of wick rejection, either here or maybe here. One of those two areas. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see that just while this plays out on the 1 minute, because gold is fairly quick with these things. So we'll see what it decides to do. You see how it's just decided to wick away from it, suggesting that price might be happy to leave it for the time being. So again, we'll wait and see how this 1 minute candle closes. But if it closes in that vein, then it suggests that price is happy to let it go. Have to be very careful waiting for these, because it can reject like that, and then in the last few seconds of the candle, it just suddenly pumps back up to claim that level. So always got to be careful to wait for those candles to close. The decent respecting rejection, certainly pushing down nicely now. So potentially a good opportunity for sells on gold. We'll see how that plays out. Very, very high risk, could be high reward if you go for a short on that. So let's say you went there, you put your stops just above that candle there, and we could be looking for price to come back and take this level here, for example, where we see levels below. So yeah, certainly a nice opportunity potentially to see that one play out. Tricky one to see, may not play out. It might come back and take us out, but we will see what happens. Yeah, it is definitely consolidating. It is definitely consolidating M76. That wick rejection there, you see that one there, that suggests that we're now going to go higher again to retest that liquidity level, which is where we may now take it out. If we see a nice rejection on that, then that's definitely a really nice opportunity for us to say, right, okay, we're selling. So got to wait and see how that candle closes on the 1 minute. If you try and enter too early, you obviously will get a better price, but getting a better price on these trades, yes, it's helpful and it's handy, but sometimes your margin won't allow you to, your leverage won't allow you to open that trade anyway if you're risking a certain percentage. So you just got to be careful and wait for that one to play out. At the moment, it looks like it's a nice, well, right now it's not holding strong enough. If the 1 minute closes like this, then that's no longer a valid setup. And it looks like it's going to take it. Yeah, there we go. So again, invalidated. But now what's interesting is look how price is rejecting from this wick here. Let's see how that plays out. We're still in this area. We're still in this zone. Be interesting to see how it plays out there. No, doesn't want to respect that one. So again, it's a question of, it could be death by 1,000 cuts. But at the same time, if you risk a very, very small amount, the risk to reward ratio on these can be ridiculously high. So next one could be a potential sell from somewhere like here, stop loss above this candle, and then selling down. So again, you could be looking at a nice 12R or even 14R potentially, if you take something like that. But you've got to be really careful to make sure that you're comfortable that it is going to react from that area. The reason this wick is important is because price came down, took the low of that bearish candle, came back up, and the wick rejected back down again. So again, nice opportunity potentially in this area if it respects that wick. If it doesn't, the idea is invalidated. At the moment, it's holding it, but you just never know. You never know with these things. So have to wait and see. That's why I try to remind myself to always wait for the candles to close. There we go. So that one is invalidated. So we're not taking that trade. Leave that one for later. Next level that we could see a reaction could be this one here, in there. It looks like a very, very specific area, but again, we have this engulfing candle here. So again, just need to wait and see how it plays out, and what price is likely to do when it gets there. Let's see. Hasn't come to that area yet. It's rejecting off this wick here, which actually hasn't taken anything, and it's now trying to retest the 200 EMA. We go back to the 15-minute. Let's see, where's the next area that we can see potential reaction from? Well, the next area is actually in here, at least from my perspective. It's in this one here. So again, a nice area for price to come in and retest, coming into this wick that didn't hold, that was broken down later on. On the 15-minute, we can also see that the 20 and the 50 SMAs have crossed over, so we're starting to see some more bearish momentum come in. So let's see, what else might we see in here? We might just see a little, it could be as simple as a little wick just coming in before it then shoots down. Gold has a really frustrating tendency to do that sometimes. Might just come in, tap that area. There we go. You see how it's just tapped into it. Wait and see how it plays out now. Could well be one to watch out for. That's what I've been doing, but just getting chewed up. Yeah, I mean the thing is just to manage your risk. You know, if you're doing these things, you just got to be really, really, really strict with your risk. And by that I mean risking. You know, if you're on a prop account, risking 0.1%. You know, tiny little amounts, but suddenly the risk to reward can be really, really significant. This one again, we can see just pushing up higher. Let's see if it holds here. Again, last few minutes of this 5-minute candle. It's broken past that one, but it hasn't broken past this one yet. Let's see, this one that I marked out previously. So this could still be an area of interest. There's a decent wick rejection there. Let's see how price plays out on that one. It's coming back up. No, it hasn't respected that either. So again, we've got that negated. So we keep looking and we keep waiting to see where could be the next area of price changing. As I'm looking, going further up, why is price still hunting higher? Well, one of the reasons is it looks like we have a perfect equal high. So I highly suspect that we're probably going to see price come and at least take this level. Let's see if it's on any other time frames. It's not on the 5 or the 3, but it is on the 2-minute, which suggests it might be on maybe something like the half an hour. No. Let's have a look. Not on the 22. The 22 does have a level in here though. So let's mark that one out. And we also have this one here as well. So we've still got some liquidity up there for us to revisit and potentially take out. So still looks like the bulls are in control on gold for the time being. We'll come back to that in a minute. Let's see what else. I saw somebody was asking about CHFJPY. David, my apologies for not getting to you sooner, but let's have a look at CHFJPY. On the 22-minute, that looks horribly choppy, doesn't it? Or even on the 15-minute. Ooh, that does not look nice at all. We've come up, we've taken some higher level liquidity. We're now bouncing around the 200 SMA. And on the 1 hour, I'll be honest with you, David, I don't like the look of that at all. Theoretically, based on the 4 hour, you've got this really strong support area, suggesting longs further. This one has opened up without a wick as well, suggesting that there's liquidity up there to target. This wick rejection, not on this current candle, but this one here. So this one suggests a nice rejection of the level. So potentially price now might start moving up again. On the 5 hour, you've got 45 minutes left, but it's taken the high and the low of that one, so you could actually now start to see it pull down. 7 hour has left liquidity up here as well. Let's see. The 8 hour looks good for longs. The 8 hour does look good for longs, as does the 9 hour. You've got this really strong level, so it's not just on the 4 hour where you've got this long wick, but you've got it on multiple other time frames. And here you've also got the 11 hour inside bar as well. So looks like a relatively decent area to go for. Having said that, the weakness is in the fact that you've now got, actually as a 12 hour is contracted down, you've got both of them as, you've got that as an inside bar as well. So price may still come down further to this area down here before pushing off. So I want to see some kind of strong setups on the lower time frames, such as what we're seeing right now. So price has come down, it's rejected on the 15-minute, is now pushing up, but we've got this area here now. So it's now got to break past this area on the 15-minute. So right now, I would be cautious, depending on what you're looking at. If you're, I don't know if you're trading swings or if you're trading intraday, but I would be careful on that. Pound Aussie, Kavika. Let's have a look at Pound Aussie. Pound Aussie on the 15-minute, breaking out of this consolidation here, starting to move up higher. Let's see, what could we be targeting? Let's take it out to the daily and see where are we on the daily. Daily, we saw a really big, strong move up, and we're now starting to see some strength come back into the Aussie dollar, which is to be expected because the Aussie dollar was selling off just ridiculously lately. So it was about time we saw some strength come back in. Here, you've got a really strong area of resistance now. Wick rejection and engulfing to the downside. Price has tried to come back and retest, and it's just been rejected straight back down on Friday. If we go down to the lower time frames, I would say it's looking decent for shorts. Maybe a nice area to try and catch those shorts would be somewhere in here, maybe, if we saw that area get retested, as it seems it might do at the moment. Take it to the 4 hour. Yeah, still the same area. You've got a nice order block in here. You could see price just testing this area, this wick, before selling off, because we had this engulfing candle to the upside, a really, really strong one, and then price just smashed through that wick and smashed through that low. So we could still see that become a nice area for sellers to come in on Pound Aussie. So probably higher time frame, I'd say bias would be sells on the Aussie dollar for the moment. Let's see what else are you guys saying in the chat. Can you show your ETH trade? I'm guessing that was for Dirk. I'm sorry, gone. He didn't see that before he jumped off for his meeting. Kavika saying 3220 on gold. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's actually gone higher. It keeps going higher on gold. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's come up and taken these levels that I mentioned earlier. So it's still going, but it still has these areas here as well. It hasn't come up to the 200 yet on the 5 minute. So there's still, I would still say there's still room for it to push on higher. Let's have a look as well. Hey Mike, it's your take on cable for today? You want to have a look at cable? No worries. Just as gold pumps up, let's have a look at cable on the daily. So cable on the daily is back into a really interesting area of resistance that wicked quite strongly away from it, and that was an area that I marked out previously. So it's already had that rejection, and it's bounced off this area and now come back in again, and it's taken all of these liquidity levels. Looks like it's probably going to come and take this one as well. That wasn't much of a rejection there, so I would be expecting it to certainly take that area there. I think it's a 15-minute inside bar. Yeah, it is. So it's broken this structure here. It's now coming for this. It needs to really take this high here to confirm that the buyers are in control and that it's going to go higher. There is certainly liquidity for it to go higher, as we can see on these levels here, and that's because we have inside bars here and here as well. So at the moment, I would say that's looking like it could go long, but I would want to wait for an entry as to maybe some kind of pullback on this. So I'd want to see when it stops. When does it stop pushing up? Because it's broken that 15-minute structure. If it stops now, then you'd be looking at something like this area. Let's see, it's down in this area here. So you'd be looking for it to come back down, maybe retest this inside bar, reject away from it, and then push on up. That might be a nice opportunity for buys on cable right now. I haven't looked at the Dixie since this morning though, so let's have a look at what the Dixie's doing. The Dixie hasn't created new lows, but it is still making lower lows. It's started to consolidate a little bit here on the 5-minute, but I can't say I see any significant strength coming into it. Not at the moment. This is going to be an interesting area right now, but it's just going to be testing on the 15-minute. Yeah, I think as I said when I joined the stream, the trick with the US dollar right now is whether people genuinely see this is a blip, if they just see this as a correction, or if they see this is genuinely right. Okay, the dollar is just going to sell off, and nobody really knows. If you read and listen to the real experts out there, this is uncharted territory for a lot of people. So everyone is still very, very wary and cautious of it. So yeah. Umer says 3228 on gold is the selling area. Could well be. Let's have a look quickly back to gold. Let's see what it's doing. Still pushing higher. On the 5-minute, it's taken that next level. It's coming up. The 3228 level would be around here. I would say that possibly the next area for a reaction is either there on the 5-minute. Let's mark that out differently. So either there, or it might just decide to leave these liquidity levels behind. Quite often that's what it will do. But this looks like a nice area actually. That's a nice area on the 15-minute. If we zoom out to the 15-minute, we can see we had 1, 2 areas. So we just need to see price reject from here. We're already in an area of interest where we've created a new high. So again, it's just waiting to see, right, is that going to be respected? Are we going to see any kind of retest of that wick area? We haven't come up to test this, so I'd want to see it probably actually come up to here rather than this one hold. I'm not sure if that one will hold. Might come down to here, come up and then push on down. That might be a nice opportunity for sells. We'll see. You never know. Just have to keep your eye on it and see how it plays out. It's Kavika. It's exhausting itself or it's exhausting you. I'm not sure which one you mean. Let me know. Let's have a look. So that was cable. Henry's asking about Aussie CAD. Let's have a look at Aussie CAD. Aussie CAD. Aussie CAD on the 1-minute. If it respects this wick here, then I'd be selling. Let's zoom out to the 15. 15 needs to retest this area, so not yet would I be selling it just yet. Let's see. That's where I'd be looking for a reaction on Aussie CAD, potentially if I was selling. 1 minute did a nice wick down. It has actually tapped into it, hasn't it? barely, but it has just tapped into it. So that was a nice wick rejection, but it was a bullish candle, so not entirely convincing. And the 200 is actually moving up rather than down. I would probably still expect, given this structure here, I'd still expect it to retest this area first, and see how it goes. Gold is pushing down, guys. Gold is pushing down already, as we can see there. So we'll see how it plays out. It's coming a lot quicker than I thought it would. I was expecting us to retest this area, but it seems to have decided that it doesn't want to. And we all know gold does what it wants. So we'll see how that plays out. At the moment, it's coming back down to the 200. We'll see if it's going to try and stay above the 200 or not. And we'll see how that one plays out. Nice rejection down on there. Let's have a look at the 7-minute. The 7-minute looks good for sells right now. We had a nice candle here, bearish candle. The 11-minute wick rejection. So sells look semi-decent on the 11-minute right now. We'll see. There's another 8 minutes left on that 11-minute candle right now, so we'll see how that one plays out. The 15-minute, it's rejecting off this wick here on the 15-minute with another 4 minutes to go. So again, we'll see how that one pans out over the course of the next few minutes. So we're running out a little bit of steam now. It's creating an inside bar on either side. So we'll see how that one pans out. What happened on the NAS? I don't know, Hamed. What happened on the NAS? Let's have a look. The NAS has got a little bit of strength back, but it still hasn't broken this high from earlier, and that was the high of the day so far. Somewhat rejecting off that wick. Let's see. Yeah, just about. So not entirely convinced by that one. As you can see here on the 15-minute, it's starting to slowly reject down. So I would be careful on the NAS. It's a tricky one. As I said earlier, the NAS it's shown some strength right now, but it's left a long trail of liquidity behind it. I think that until New York opens, I probably wouldn't be touching the NAS. Just my own personal stance on it. Until something a bit clearer plays out, because at the moment you've got this area that wasn't respected. Next area really is up here, or up here in fact from last Wednesday when things sold off. So we'll see. Gold is pushing back up again, so gold could well be coming back to retest that area that we mentioned earlier. Let's see how this one plays out. But gold has found some bullish momentum once again, but it's opened. If you notice, it's left this inside bar here, and what it's done, if I'm not mistaken, no, not that one, and not that one either. Actually, those both do have wicks, so it's got some strong bullish momentum back. So we'll see how that one plays out. At the moment on the 7 minutes, there's still a bit of time for it to play out. So it's got this 20 SMA that's holding it up. So we'll see how that one plays out. Refilo, Euro CHF. Let's have a look. Euro CHF on daily time frame swings. Let's have a look. Yes, certainly from that perspective, I would say so. The only thing is that this is the low that was created most recently, because this one was taken. So the only thing that I don't like on the daily is how, and this was the case on USD CHF as well last week, was Thursday's candle was a very strong engulfing candle to the downside. So I would be cautious on a swing position for Euro CHF purely because I don't know if it will manage to break past that level. If you notice how it's tried to break above the 200, it managed to stay up there for a little while, but then just smashed and fell straight back down again. This area didn't get respected here, so I'd be keeping an eye on that for the moment. I wouldn't be entirely certain about a swing just yet on Euro CHF. That's not to say there isn't, but if you look at it here, that one did open up with a wick. There is a wick on it, albeit a very small one. So there's nothing further down to capture, but I would just be cautious. Once it comes into this area, I'd be looking even for somewhere like here, potentially for sells on the daily time, on the intraday time frames, but swings, I'm not sure how far it would go for you. Bitcoin breakout. Let's have a look at Bitcoin. Can't really see it at the moment, Kavika. Theoretically, you could have bulls coming in, but I don't like the look of it. It's very, very choppy. You've got just on the 1 hour alone, you've got inside bar there and there. You've got where else have you got? I thought I saw one else. Maybe it wasn't there. You've then also got 4 hour inside bar there and there. I wouldn't be too keen on that one. Is my honest response on that one. New Zealand JPY for Sunny. Broken this high from last night, so it looks like it's going long for now, but there's not much momentum behind it right now on the 4 hour. On the 1 hour, it's slowed down quite a bit, and again, it's created liquidity on either side of it on the 1 hour. So either side of that is now liquidity level for price to potentially come and retake. You've got some further down here, suggest that price wants to come back down and hunt that out. But yeah, I mean, price is basically, if you look at this as a break and retest, this one here, it has come, and if we just say that was the move, right up to there, it hasn't come down to the 50 just yet, but it did pump up pretty hard. If I change that to a standard fib, it might make it up to here, to the 84.69 level maybe, because there's some decent bullish candles in here. But again, you've got to analyze it and look at it from your own perspectives. But this is a nice area to see a reaction from. So it could be coming up to here and then looking for sells from there maybe. That might be a nice trade. Sell it from this area. So wait for price to come up and then sell it from there. Sell it down. So yeah. On the hourly for Bitcoin, let's have a look. I think I had it on the hourly. Yeah, I'm sorry, Kavika, I just don't see it. Yes, it's taken this inside bar here and has left this one, but just look at it on the 1 hour. Yes, you've got an engulfing candle here on the 15-minute, and you've got liquidity up here as well. But I'm not a big fan of trading Bitcoin, if I'm honest. I just see Bitcoin as a long-term investment, really. You're looking for sells on the daily time frame on New Zealand JPY, says Sunny. So let's have a look. Sells on the daily. That's one thing I didn't look at was the daily. Not until you get up to here, Sonny. I wouldn't be selling. You've still got some room. You've still got bullish momentum coming up. If for an intraday trade, I'd be selling from here down to the 100% level on that fib. I wouldn't be doing anything else because you've got a really strong engulfing candle to the upside here, and then you just got more bullish momentum going up. All of these are invalidated; they've been taken out, and you have also got an wickless candle on the daily just up there on the daily, which is also at the 161 level. So I'd be very, very cautious about trying to sell New Zealand JPY at the moment. TQQQ, sorry, you'll have to remind me what's TQQQ. I know that's a futures code. I don't trade futures. I only trade CFDs at the moment. So you'll have to remind me which asset that is. Sly says, I'm in 5% drawdown on my 100k account. Please, any help on how to scale in again? Reduce your risk and just lower it down, and go back and check out the Scruffy Trader session that we had on Thursday's live stream. About 2 hours into the live stream, we had Scruffy join us, Sly, and he gave some really good advice to Alex with regards to he's got 2 funded accounts that he was very close to blowing. Go back and have a look at that. Alex got some really good advice from Scruffy on that, and it's very similar to your situation. So go check that out. Check Euro USD. Yeah, Euro USD I was looking at earlier. I still think Euro USD is undecided where it wants to go. I mean, it has taken this area and reacted from it, so potentially longs, because we do have liquidity higher up, but we've rejected off this this area that I found on the daily, this wick here. So, and I think it's on the weekly as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so price did change direction here and bounced off the 200 SMA here, so there is some element of resistance here. So on the lower time frames, it does look like it might go long. Some nice reactions here. I'd want to see how it does on the 15-minute against these levels here before commenting further on that one. USD CHF, got some nice trades on that last week. USD CHF, selling that last week. Look at that. Just sold off and sold off and sold off. If we go to the weekly, the last time we were at these levels was 2015, so 10 years ago. So we haven't been at this area for a long time when it comes to Euro dollar CHF. So definitely something just to be careful of. I was selling it just because I saw massive momentum to the downside, but it can no doubt expect to have some kind of pullback potentially. Anything with the dollar right now is a really tricky call, if I'm honest. Is it just me, or with this low volatility everything seems off? Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Void. I would say it is it's a tricky one, right? Because the weekend, suddenly Trump went back on his tariffs and said that all of the electronical goods are no longer going to have tariffs from China. So nobody really knows what to expect from him and his policies. And I think that's where the markets are just trying to position themselves. So nobody really knows what they want to do. Lombani says Bitcoin testing the resistance level, looking for a sell. I've passed phase 1 now. I'm in 5% drawdown on phase 2. Yeah, so go as I said, go check the stream from Thursday, the 1 hour that we had with Scruffy. Genuinely, it's really helpful. But you've got to change your mindset to it. right? You've just got to accept that you're not going to, if you're going to get yourself out of it, you've got to start small trades, small profits to build yourself up. If you keep going big risk, trying to get yourself out of it with a couple of trades, you'll just blow the count quick. So you've got to reduce that risk down significantly, and almost treat it as if you just started a new account. Pound is strongest, Aussie dollar is weakest. Let's have a look. At the moment on the real time for the daily, on the daily, New Zealand dollar is actually the strongest, and CHF and US dollar are the weakest right now, at least on the daily right now. If we look at what it was on Friday, then it was the New Zealand dollar and the US dollar were weakest. So yeah, those are what I look at for those. TQQQ is an option. I definitely don't trade options. My apologies. Yeah, exactly, Maya Trader. Well said. Pound, euro, dollar, strongest in that order. No worries, King. Euro GBP. Euro GBP long positions, but it's reacted off this area, so it looks short for the moment, if I'm honest. Let's see. Let's clean up the chart a bit. Next area of support is now going to be here. This area still acts as a support area, but we've rejected off this one. Let's see, what does it look like on the 22 hour? We've still got a liquidity level down here, potentially to be taken. But we now have this one here on the 12 hour. This wasn't respected. So you see this engulfing candle here, price smashed through it, but it still means that this area can now act as support. So again, potentially to the upside. That is also 11 hour inside bar, but we've left this one and taken it. So at the moment, if I'm looking at it, price may want to come down further still on Euro GBP. Again, just to test some of these lower prices. I'm just trying to see what levels do we have. Yeah, that's also a 4 hour inside bar. So I think you can expect sellers to come in to try and take this area unless it rejects really strongly from that area, which it hasn't done. It's come down and it's just retested it. Well, it's not even retested it. It's just come down and gone straight back up again. And it started with an inside bar on the 1 minute. So I'd be looking for sellers on this if... Ooh. That's an equal highs. I'd be waiting for sellers, to be honest. Maybe looking for sellers up here somewhere in this kind of price range. But the fact that it just came down and bounced straight off again suggests to me that it will probably want to come down and test that low again. Can Trump please make up his mind for the sake of my account? Akram, I wish he would make up his mind for the sake of all of our sanity, I think is more to the point. 200 lots, 1 minute chart. Chris, if I could, I would. I really, because I know it's what you want. But I just don't have that kind of buying power, I'm afraid. So yeah. Akram, seek and you shall find.
Michael,
what you have to do.
Are you alone, Michael?
I am alone.
How are you alone? You never called me in.
Well, I was waiting for you to join.
Oh.
I told you when I was joining. I've been here for, what, an hour and 15 minutes?
Damn.
Yeah.
Was I supposed to join?
I don't know. You asked Jonathan.
Damn, I was supposed to be here at 1:30.
Bear with us, guys, while Alex just readjusts his calendar and his clock.
Yeah, sorry guys. Supposed to be here. Left Michael all alone. But
You've had to deal with me and my analysis. Alex, what are you trading?
Nothing.
Nothing? Wow, okay. Do you just want to leave again then?
Look, if I was going to take a bet, I would say that gold is about to go up and take out the high.
Oh, really?
But I'm not going to take that bet because I did have a really nice trade on Euro CHF, and that is still pushing up at the moment. But I don't feel like giving back all of my profits.
Profits from last week.
We can go through and see if there's anything coming up. Actually, Aussie dollar USD looks interesting. We could go through a load of Aussie dollar USD looks actually okay.
What, for a sell?
Yeah, on a 15-minute. Wait, what have you done to your EMAs? You've got simple EMA. Michael, have you got simple EMAs on the chart?
I'm trying something new.
No, we do not try things new. We try things that work.
Oh dear. Sly says, yes, you're right, Mike. I was using 2 lot size on phase 1. Now I started using 3 lot size on phase 2. Yeah, there you go, Sly. There you go. Exactly, Chris. Don't pick your bottoms. You get dirty fingers.
You don't want to be. You don't want to get them fingers.
Henry, I don't need to convince Alex to take a trade. Alex convinces Alex to take a trade. I don't need to get involved in that. It just happens.
I am pretty good at convincing myself to get into a trade, and I'm pretty good at picking trades.
Yeah.
So very good at giving back trades as well.
Just give him a little bit of time. Give him a little bit of a few minutes.
Look at, if you want a good trade, Euro CHF is still pushing up, and I think it's going to come to 93632.
So you would just buy it. You would just buy it now.
No, it's already left really. Yeah. But so if you go onto the 1 hour, you could probably get into a break retest continuation.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's already gone.
I think it is as well. Okay. What about? Okay.
Let's have a look at what gold was doing. We've been watching.
Gold looks like it's going to take out the highs.
I don't know. Gold has stalled a little bit. Just look at it here on the 5 minute. It can't break this high.
Yeah, but look where it's come from.
Oh, I know. Gold, it just hasn't been able to break this wick I was talking to the guys about earlier. It's just been choppy, and then come up and taking this high. If it can't break this high, then I think we're going short again.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if we were going to go short, we would have gone continued. You were in a really, 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 really nice trade earlier on, and that would have been the trade that if it was going to continue down, it would have just continued down. Why wouldn't it not start trending downwards on an intraday time frame? Why would it find so much buyback and now be pushing, like gradually reaching for the highs?
Well, that's what it always does, though. When it pumps one way, it then slowly creeps back to where it was. It's just the way that gold does it. Tries to catch people out one way or the other.
CHF, anything against the CHF now are having pullbacks.
Yeah. CHF is very, very, very weak. We see here CHF. Look at CHF against the pound and the New Zealand dollar. Ouch. CHF is not looking nice at all. Neither is the dollar, to be fair. The dollar doesn't look as bad as the CHF. So it seems as though people are getting their big boy pants on again, and they're deciding to go a little bit risk off, which is maybe why we've seen a little bit of bullish momentum coming back into things like Bitcoin as well. But Bitcoin for me still isn't, as 1 minute, still hasn't done anything. It's hardly showing any real volatility. As Akram said earlier, there's very little volatility at the moment. There's no news, guys. That's the other thing. There's no news today whatsoever, so it's a very, very, very technical day. Maya says that I see a possible retracement on the 1 hour gold. Alex?
I don't see it.
He doesn't see it, Maya. There you go. You heard it. That's it. Just doesn't see it.
This is what I see. I see gold taking out all of these lows. Now gold heading to take out these session highs. It's taken out of everybody from Monday's lows, session lows. It's taken out all of that, which was Asian. What am I talking? Can you hear me now? Asian lows. Yeah, it's taking those out. You got Asian highs, which are here. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to hit up 32.
Possible. Certainly possible. We have got liquidity at 32.26.
Do I really want to start betting on gold going up?
Henry, I told you, it didn't take much, did it? It didn't take much at all.
Because it's going. It's going there. That's the thing. Like it's already past that EMA.
Is it really?
I'm going to be reserved. I'm not going to give back anything that I gave today.
Going to be reserved? Who are you and what have you done with Alex?
Look, last week I went on tilt.
And you got an absolute telling off from Scruffy.
Do you know what though? It's funny because I feel absolutely amazing this week.
He feels amazing, guys.
I feel good, even though I lost my complete arse.
He should be trading, really, shouldn't he, guys? If he's feeling amazing, we should really have Alex trading, surely.
This was the trade from earlier.
What was that? Your Euro Swiss? That was a nice trade.
Euro CHF, which was really, really technical. Price came back into this demand, started pushing up, and then all it was just get in on the push up. That's all. The only thing is, though, this would have been a really nice re-entry. I just didn't take. And I do think we're going to push up to 93.5, which is up here. But it's too late now because it's already pushed up. Five to 1. I wish I could get a 5-1. Wow.
Alex would love a 5-1.
I would love a 5-1. I don't think I could put up with the amount of times I'd have to wait to get a 5-1 though.
That's true.
The amount of times that I would give profits back trying to get a 5-1.
Yeah. Patience would definitely be a necessity.
Yeah.
For sure. Gold.
Euro Canadian pushing higher as well. Only thing is you're not really actually. I think this is ready to go.
I'm back.
Oh. Come. There you go, that's better.
I'm back.
Look, if you're day trading, I know this is a question to Michael, but if you're day trading, realistically, you don't really want to be executing on anything. Depends, yeah. But 15, 5 minute, probably the best for most people. 1 hour, 15, 5 minute. If you want to get really, really, really dangerous, you can go down to a 1 minute. There's a lot of noise.
Go to a 1 minute like I do, and you just lose your pants.
Now, with this, Ian, the reasons why I don't trade that way is because normally on my setups, generally they're supposed to go into profit relatively quickly if I've got the right setup. if I'm scaling in, I'm normally scaling into a loss, and that's already a sign that I'm wrong on the position if I'm scaling into a loss anyway. So I've always found that when I'm right on the position, if I'm trying to scale in like those guys do, like Scruff, I never end up getting my full position on the trade before it actually goes into profit. So I just never, I've tried it before. Mickey also scales into positions, does well for their trading, because Mickey and also Scruff, they don't mind if they don't get into the best position, best place possible. They will get in with a warm-up position, and they will start building up a position as they go. I don't trade like that. All I'm looking for is, okay, this is the point where I want to do business. This is the amount of risk. This is where I'm getting in. This is where I'm getting out. And it's very structured like that.
Alex is a wheeler dealer. He wants best possible price. Doesn't want to be changing price.
I don't want to do some wheeling and dealing. I want that price for that amount of money.
And that's the end of it. Don't want to be messing around with it.
Wow, that's not nice.
Yeah, Naz, the guys were asking me about earlier. I don't like the look of Naz at all. I use the 1 minute, if I can. 1 minute on gold has just given me a very nice sell, for example. Reaction up here. So I got in just about here and starting to sell off. So just got my stops just above here. So the trade is something like that. And yeah, we'll see where it goes.
Short on the USD looks good. Really nice. Yeah, really nice trade. Yeah, whoever shorted that, spot on.
Nice one, Ian.
Really, really, really nice area. Targeting that area of demand, which is on the EMA. Picture perfect, mate. Fair play.
There you go. Gold. We'll see how far it goes. Could come as far as here, or it might just struggle to break this one actually, which does surprise me a little bit because this is an area here, but let's see.
Yeah,
liquidity, so we'll see. I think it'll keep going. There we go, keep on going. We'll see how that plays out. At the moment,
we did mention this morning, to be fair, about shorting the USD, why it could be potentially dangerous.
Yeah, it's I'd be waiting for the first hour or so for New York to open and then wait and see. I wouldn't be trying to do anything with the dollar just yet. Same with the indices, because if you look at them on the charts, they're a complete indecision. You
know, they're all doing the same thing as well. Like if you go on to like an hour time frame, they've all got the same price action.
Exactly. The 5 minute, we haven't really done anything. I mean, it's rejected from where I said it might. It didn't break that area, and it's now sold off. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to keep on going. That's why I would be waiting for further confirmation.
Wow, we missed some really good trades on New Zealand Aussie dollar, New Zealand USD. Trades, really trades.
New Zealand for me just has never been particularly fast moving. I know Jonathan's had some nice trades on it, but in his swing positions rather than on day positions. So yeah, been following Ian's been following Scruffy for a few years. A very, very wise move there, Ian. I too have been following Scruffy for a couple of years, and just the way he approaches how he trades is super clean, super simple, and yeah, I love the fact that he's not, not one of these influencer type traders who wants to sell you a course and sell you this and sell you that, and then don't back up what they say with actual results. But he has got, whether he would agree with me or not, there is something about his own personality that enables him to go in calmly, and just trade what he trades. There is something about him that enables him to go in and do that. I don't know what it is.
You know what it is?
It's super impressive.
It's repetitions. Honestly, he's seen it so much. When you've seen something so much, and it just constantly. Don't forget, Scruffer's got a win rate of 90% on a bad month, and then over 90% on good months. Of course, you're going to be so bloody chilled because you're winning all the time.
Yeah. What I mean by his approach is just, for example, if you look at his psychology of Alex has turned himself into a rainbow. If you look at Scruffy and his approach, he doesn't go chasing the big bucks. He knows what he wants and he goes out and he gets it, and he lives a happy, comfortable life thanks to it, which I think is possibly the one thing that many of us, myself included, struggle to do. I wouldn't say that he leaves money on the table, but he takes what he needs from the market and he walks away happy with it. Whereas certainly I find myself having to go, no, do you know what? One more trade, and that's when you get yourself in trouble. He has a plan and he sticks to it like military. And I got to say, it's super impressive. Gold trade may be all right. That's a better reaction on the 1 minute than I thought we were going to get.
And DAX coming down a bit.
Just need to break this low here on the 1 minute. Let's see if we can do it. Hopefully it can. Mike, please, what advice do you have for someone who exits a losing trade early and a minute later the trade will play out as he planned to its directions? That was my problem on Asian session today. Alex, I know that this has happened to you many a time. How do you cope with these things?
With me?
Mm-hmm. Because it happens to you all the time.
The reason why it generally doesn't, and when it has done, it's only because I've actually I'm supposed to be doing it doesn't say it anymore, set and forget. Majority of the time, whenever I have ended up closing the position early, it always ends up going back my way. And the reason is because the trade is still in play. Normally you have your stop loss there when you are wrong on the trade. So if the trade is already like 2 or 3 pips at your stop loss, why would you actually close it earlier? It's more of a risk of you closing the trade now at 2 to 3 pips and saving that 2 or 3 pips than it is now turning around and actually going up to your take profit. Like, you're risking way more closing that trade. If you've put the trade on and let's say you're risking 1%, you've got to be happy that that's the 1%, you're going to lose the 1%. If you're not, and I've done this before, where I've put extra risk, too much risk on, and I didn't want to lose all of that money, so I closed it early. And that has happened. And as soon as I've closed it, then it turns up and it goes into my direction. So the ideally, you're closing it for a certain reason. Either risk the amount, be clear that you accept that you're going to lose this money if you lose it, and do a set and forget approach. As long as you've got your stop loss in an actual good area. And I must say there are times where I stop in the best areas. I put my stop in areas where I shouldn't really put my stop. But if you have your stop in an area where that is the last place that price should go before it invalidates the structure, then you shouldn't actually touch it. You shouldn't be moving your stops, really.
Yeah. If you're struggling with that, then Sol's trick I quite like, where he closes half of the position. So there you go. That gold, I mean, if I closed it at a 1-to-1, it would have been fine. The trick that Sol uses, where he closes half of his position if it's in drawdown. So I think when it gets to half, 50% of his stop loss or something like that, he drops 50% of the position, and that way you're reducing the amount of potential loss if you do go to stop loss, but you've still got something in the position if it goes to your direction afterwards. So that's maybe another way to look at it. It's not something I've thought of before, but when Sol mentioned that on the Master Risk event, I thought that was a very, very clever approach. And gold going higher. Yeah. Those of you who called the longs, congratulations, nicely done. Who's that? Maya said, listen to Scruffy for the first time. He has a Tom Dante feel or vibe when he is discussing about risk management related to stuff. He is more PG. Yes, Maya, Scruffy is the first to admit that he has a bit of a pot in his mouth. So yeah, he doesn't suffer fools, but he is very genuine and very sincere, wanting to help people. Fabian, if you want to go, just go into YouTube and just search the Scruffy Trader, and you'll find him. It's very easy to find. There is only one Scruff. So, and yeah, his live trades, Ian, are very good. That's what I genuinely like about Scruffy, is that he's not going to go out there and just try and give you signals. He refuses to give you signals. Anyone asking for signals, he'll boot out. But he will go and he'll show you the trades that he's trading, and he'll back it up with the results, which I think is a lot more inspiring than you might get with others. I am making this. I only trade Nvidia and got that secret source indicator. Lovely. That is great to hear, Ron. Good for you.
Pound, I reckon, is going to come down to 200 EMA, but again, I'm not willing to put any risk on it, to be fair, just because of where we are. Maybe later on in the session, if it does something like that, then breaks, and then a retest. That's what I would like. That would be really interesting.
Yeah.
And then at least all of the EMAs would have time then to start coming up a little bit more, and then start to do something like that. Because at the moment, because these are quite defined, they're quite spread out. It just shows that the trend is still quite hot. Now, anytime it comes back to the EMAs, when the EMAs are spread out like this, you're normally going to find a lot of bounces, a lot of support in this case. So it's quite a dangerous thing if you want to go against the trend right now. Gold, I think, if you want to be a little bit risky, I think that's going to be the trade. Right, yeah.
Very high risk.
Let's see. Could put one on there. XA, G. XAG, no, XAU. What's wrong with me?
XAU USD.
No way. Okay. I'm gonna put a little.
Not yet. Need a little bit more time to cook.
I'm gonna put only a one.
Only a
contract. Only a one contract.
Let's see what it does on the 1 minute.
And I'm going for 32, as I said. So I've only got one contract on here. This is literally 0.5% risk.
Ian says he started a hyper today with hybrid scruffy techniques and up 5%. Wow. Nice one, Ian. 5% in a day. That is very nice. Very nice. RC, good to see you, my friend. 2 successful 1-2 closed in Euro USD this morning. Nice, but I prefer Stephen's weekend video.
Very nice.
Stephen is the up and coming scruffy trader. He's like scruffy version 2. Very good. He is. Yeah, he's super calm. Super calm. He's reached, I think, 400 subscribers now on his YouTube as well. I know. Crazy stuff. We did have Deanna in the background, but she's gone. For some reason. So hopefully she'll be back.
Wow, what is this vibe that I've got of like relaxing and just waiting for Price to do something? What is this? What's going on?
Alex is just man.
Come to me.
I'm vibe trading, you know?
Yeah. Oh my god, dudes.
Reduce the music, Ahmed says. It's not that loud, is it?
I literally cannot do anything. Okay.
Music is playing around with us at the moment, Ahmed. It was showing us a low volume, but it obviously wasn't for you, so apologies.
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna get, boys and girls. Oh, that's on a 1 minute. Amazing.
That's all right. That can still go.
Yes, it can.
Let it cook, baby. Let it cook.
Yes, it still can.
Yes,
the only thing is I can't hold trades for my life.
Yeah,
in and out. In for a 1.112.
1-2.
1-2. I'm not a long laster. I can't. Quick in and out intraday.
There's a short for the YouTube shorts. Oh dear.
Intraday traders.
Intraday, in and out.
In and out.
No hanging about.
Zero-sum game. Only one person wins.
Only one wins.
Only one wins.
Best loser wins.
Yeah.
Best loser wins.
I am not a 1 minute man. I'm a 5 minute man.
I'm an 11-minute man.
5.5. 5.5. Yeah.
Oh dear. Trust us to bring things down a level, eh?
What? 5 minutes is too quick. I have been told.
Sharing way too much information today, Alex. Sharing way too much information.
What, we're still talking about trading now?
Oh dear.
Check EU.
EU?
EU.
Oh,
Yeah, EU. Yeah, unless you call the short, it's yeah.
It's gold.
Actually, maybe if you're looking for that break, retest, continuation trade, but it's already so much higher. Like that.
You got the hedge.
Yeah.
If
you're looking for that trade, even if you were going to get in, if you're going to play it for that the way that this setup is, you're looking for 63.70, which, to be fair, isn't actually quite fair enough. Take out those highs.
Ahmed spots these little ones. 5 minutes is also too quick. Look for a higher time frame, Alex. Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm not. You're talking to the wrong. I'm not that type of trader, to be honest.
It's just not the way he trades. Not the way he trades.
The way I trade.
Hi,
Diana.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
We are good.
We are good.
We're
not what I want to be seeing, actually. Especially if
Alex,
he wasn't be able to break that.
Alex is not trading because he said he wasn't going to trade today. But he is now in a gold trade. So
we've got double Diana.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. Oh no.
Oh, double Diana. Double trouble today, guys.
Oh gosh. Okay. It's making it easier to read the comments, but we don't need to do double.
Yeah, Alex is long in gold at the moment, Deanna. So we're all holding our
Gold
breath.
has been an interesting one.
I mean, it does look all right if you don't look at the 1 minute.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
That's better anyway, maybe. Good morning, everyone. Hello, Marina, Kavika. Welcome. Good to see everybody. I hope everybody had a great weekend. Gold looks
Right.
good, though.
Well, I am going to love you and leave you guys. You've all had far too much of me. You can't have too much of Mike.
Who's coming? Isn't there somebody? Who's coming to swap us out?
I don't know. You were late, so I don't know.
Oh.
Ask Jonatan.
I think Victor's coming. Diana, Victor's normally with you, isn't he?
Yes,
You've lost
I
Diana.
think he comes in at 9.
There you go.
Oh, did you lose me?
Yeah, we lost you for a brief second.
You're lagging just a little bit.
I'm having a little bit of
there you
internet
go.
issues this morning.
There he is, the boss man himself.
Victor usually comes in at 9, I think.
Oh, the music is very loud, isn't it?
Oh, we've turned it down.
Hello, Vinicius, Musa, Fabian, welcome. Good to see everybody.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm probably going to get out of
Y'all
this
have a
gold
good
for break
weekend?
even. I don't like the way it's moving.
Yeah.
Well, so listening on the in the background, and so looking at the
See you later.
schedule,
Bye.
Alex, you're supposed to be well, yeah.
What?
Are you leaving?
Well, you want me to stay?
Nah, you're supposed to come back later. You're supposed to be here in the last hour.
Oh.
So was I supposed to be on my own?
No, he's supposed to be with you and then come back the last hour.
Oh,
He's switching spaces with switching slots with Victor, while Victor is working on some ABL stuff.
ABL stuff. That sounds like a good opportunity to play the new ABL advert, Alex.
Oh yeah, let's go. Let's play the new ABL advert.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Victor's not coming. Victor is coming. You're not supposed to be here. Victor is coming later. Right. So I wrote that. Nice. I like how he plays the intro when he's leaving. And that was supposed to be ABL's and Mike's intro that he was supposed to be playing about 2 hours ago. But it's a really good intro. So your connection seems a little bit out of sync today, Deanna.
Let me try something else.
Yeah, I think I don't think it's on my end. So let me know in the comments, guys, if it's on my end or if it's Deanna. And I know that Alex, you're in the background. Victor is gonna come in 40 minutes, so you don't have to. Actually, maybe you do. If you wanna trade with Victor, then you do the last hour.
Sorry, I cut out for a second. Are you speaking to me or someone else?
No, I'm talking to Alex in the background, but he's probably not listening to me anyways.
Oh, gotcha.
No, I'm not listening.
There you are. What are we doing today, Deanna? We got Alex's screen up. We should probably share mine instead. Let's see.
Is it look better connection now?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's better.
For some reason, I got booted off my internet today, so I had to go to my phone. But that's not great for streaming. So glad to be back on the internet again.
Right.
My connection is bearish. That's hilarious.
Yeah. All right.
It
okay,
happens,
Michael.
Right?
He did play it at the start again. Okay. Good. All right. We're live. It is Monday. We got the New York's the New York session is in an hour, isn't it?
Yep, an hour 10 we have.
I like how I have to ask you, like every single time I have to ask you when the U.S. market open. I should know that by now.
Well, it's a big deal for indices, but for Forex, if you're mostly trading Forex, it really doesn't, it matters, but it's not as impactful, I guess. I would assume, right? You don't need to pay attention?
Well, there are some strategies surrounding the sessions, like you have the London session and then you have the New York session. A lot of traders who are trading the New York session, obviously they want to trade based on the volatility or the momentum in the first beginnings of the session. But as someone who's not trading around that time, like myself, I don't really care too much. But I have I'm getting more and more interested in the opening, like an open range breakout type of setup on the Nasdaq. I like the idea of that. I've tested it some, and I think it's there's definitely some edge in there.
Well, that's the nice thing about trading, right? You can adapt it to what works for you geographically, what's best for your personal style, your personality. So we're lucky to be in a trade that has so many options.
Yeah, it really does. Especially with I guess it's with the futures market as well. It's open around the clock, so you can kind of pick and choose whenever you want to be trading, and maybe you're traveling, and it's pretty cool. It's a lot of freedom. Mm-hmm. So what are we? What are you looking at today? Any plans for what you want to be trading today?
Yeah, I have a position in the index in the S&P, so I'm going to be watching the S&P this week. Last week I was looking at gold in particular, just because the price action in gold had been so sharp to the downside that it caught my eye. So I traded gold more often last week than I normally do. Caught a nice move in there, and probably I would guess I'm going to be mainly focused on the S&P this week.
Did you see gold?
Yeah.
I'm glad.
What happened?
Are you short gold?
I was long, but it just went.
Yeah, it's
Michael was
quite
short as well.
It is quite volatile here. Yeah, I was short down here and had to close that one.
I was thinking, look at this. It was going to push up higher. I didn't think it was going to push down.
Look at that trend line right there. That is What a good test, right? But I think it's difficult with gold here. I think it's
rangy.
Yeah. I don't know. Looks.
Well, it's had such a push to the upside. You know, it is extended, and it wouldn't be surprising to maybe see it consolidate for a little bit before maybe pulling back, maybe continuing on. But
yeah, what I'm looking for is a break of these lows. We already had a break to the downside here, and I actually shorted that move, but then I had to close it when we started moving to the upside here again. And now I feel like it's a bit, I don't know. I'm looking at this and I don't really find any good levels to short here. So not really sure what I'm gonna do about that.
Are you willing to buy it at all, or are you only interested in shorting gold specifically?
Well, if we have a bigger move to the downside, like breaking that level down here, then I want to buy this, like that breakout area for a long. But I wanted to short this move. But now that we're back above the level, I feel like we need to break this one for a short. And that would be my TP. So I feel like the risk to reward here isn't really great. So what are you looking for on gold?
I think I can share my screen today because I'm on my main computer again. So let me give me 1 second here and I will show you. Okay. I think I should be able to share it now.
See. Ah, there we go. There it is. Shall I add it?
Yeah, you can add it. All right.
Ooh, I like that. That's a lot of colors. Nice.
I love color. I get sick of looking at the ugly. Well, red and green isn't ugly, but after a bit, boy, I know this color scheme is probably a little crazy for some, but you know,
it is crazy. I like it though. I like it.
It makes me happy. It makes me think of, you know, the 80s and roller skating at the roller skating rink with all my friends or something. I don't know. I just like the colors. All right.
No,
So
we
you know, gold has been in an uptrend for a really long time. And last week specifically, huge move to the upside. I was bullish last week because it's a little easier to see on the daily, but we had been moving up for so long. And then we just had this absolute tumble, took out this swing low. And I, you know, to kind of test the waters a little bit, I was interested here. And then it just continued. So I was able to add. So right now, looking at the daily, so far, nothing has really happened. So price pushed up above this swing high. And so far, price has just consolidated inside this daily range. So, you know, it still, to me, looks, I would rather be long than short type of thing. But I wouldn't be surprised to see gold kind of stay in this range, kind of chop around a little bit. So dropping down to the 4 hour, you know, nothing's really happened. We're starting to get like a rollover a little bit. Again, I wouldn't want to be bearish personally on this, but it might want to work to the downside a little bit more before we get a push up. But then looking at the 15-minute, let's see. I mean, it still looks pretty bullish to me. I would be looking at waiting to see if price can recover some of this now. So let's see, where is 8? Yeah, I wouldn't want to short just because it's gold, but But definitely at the moment, it's looking pretty weak. So just waiting for gold to maybe find a bottom, or, if it continues a little bit further, then maybe I would be willing to start looking at shorts. But
when you say you want to, okay, so you're looking at potentially buying gold, getting in on a long position here, but at what levels would it be interesting to long? Because from what I see, and you also looked at it when you looked at on the 50-minute, what we see is, we got that breakout, and now we're kind of consolidating after that breakout, and it leaves a gap between the high time frame breakout and where we are currently. So would you be interested in buying around current prices, or would you want to see more of a pullback?
I'd be more inclined to leave gold alone this week, to be honest. I have runners in gold, and so I'll be holding on to those and just kind of, making sure I lock in some gains. But this week is it's a little bit tricky because there isn't really great price structure to go off of. Even I wouldn't want to be long until there was more indication that price wanted to continue. And I definitely would not want to be short at, near all-time highs. So to me, it's kind of like gold is an asset that, the way I think of it, is a lot more wait and see, because it tends to push up so strongly. And that's not always the case. I mean, I remember back in like this phase, wondering if gold was ever going to reach its highs again, right? Because it had felt like gold could never do anything but go up. And then once this happened, this took forever. This was October 2024, and it didn't hit a new high until January. Okay, I guess that's not so bad, but it felt like forever.
Yeah, it really did, especially when you have when you're used to seeing gold breaking into new all-time highs every week. And
right,
I mean, the gold price action is just very much all over the place now. I mean, just like you've explained recently, you had the previous daily swing low being taken out, and then immediately after breaking structure, we broke into new all-time highs. So it's like, okay, we break structure, and then we break into new all-time highs, it's such a this looks like the 1 minute, it looks like a take out the stops and then runs out the high. For this, looking at this as a daily, it's just, to me, it's incredible price action.
Yeah. And, the reason I was bullish on gold at the beginning of last week was because this move was so strong to the downside. And then especially after Tuesday, where we got this inside day, where price kind of stopped the bleeding. I mean, this was pretty brutal here. And so once the bleeding kind of paused for a little bit, then, this was a pretty good indication that, okay, there might be something to watch for. But now we're kind of back at that situation again, right? I mean, it's early still. It's only 8:30 for me, 8:30. So it's still early in the trading day. A lot could change. But right now it's kind of a wait and see for me, or hold on to your runners, because, prices.
It's interesting when you say it's early for you and a lot of things can happen. Yeah, it's getting late for me, and a lot of things already happened. So it's interesting. It's interesting where you are in the world. You're kind of how you're thinking, because the way I look at gold is like, yeah, I've already taken a couple of trades. A lot of things have already happened, and you're coming into the market and you're like, yeah, let's see. A lot of things can happen. So it's very interesting, with the different perspectives.
And probably most viewers, I try not to say good morning, but it just comes out of my mouth every single time I'm on the show. But
that's
you're right.
What you do. I mean, if you recently woke up, you're supposed to say good morning, aren't you? Right. Like it's.
Yeah. But I know most people here are probably, it is not morning for them. And you're right. More of the trading day by hour has gone by, right? Since the open last night in Asia. More has gone by than what is left. But of course, the New York session is pretty big too. So we'll see what happens. I would be watching to see. Sorry, this is the 1 minute. let's see. If we could, kind of recover, if price could recover a bit up in this area, maybe it would make sense to start looking for a long. But right now, that's kind of the best analysis I have is just wait, I don't want to short gold when it's the beast that it is.
No, I'm absolutely with you with that. I've been saying this for months. One of the best trades this year has just been buying gold. Like every time it breaks out, just buy gold. And did I take that advice? No, of course not. It's like it's breaking out. I'm like, oh, it's gonna retest again, and then last week when it broke down, I'm like, well, now it's breaking structure, so why should I buy now? And then when saying that, that's 8% ago. It's like that's a big move. Gold went up 8% since that low, and it's just absolutely incredible. So we have to kind of ask ourselves though, like when is the time for gold to retrace? Because what we're seeing right now is trend lines. I'm going to share my screen here, and if we look at we're focused on like this range here on the 50-minute. We're focused on the breakout level to the downside. But if we actually zoom out and we look at the weekly, what we can see here is, when adding trend lines, you sometimes want to you can add one trend line here, and then you want to adjust those trend lines based on whatever happens with new swing lows. And eventually, when you create these accelerated trend lines, you come to a point where it gets steeper and steeper and steeper, and eventually you have something that resembles a parabolic trend line. And at some point, prices actually start to just go straight up in a line. And we're not going to start sloping backwards, but we are at a time in this trend on gold where it feels like we're now at a stage where adding more trend lines, it just becomes more and more parabolic. And this is on the weekly. And the steeper the trend line is, the higher the probability of the trend ending. So what I'm thinking is, how long can gold stay on this path without slowing down? So if we go back and we look at what happened in 2011, where we had the same type of structure, we have a very strong trending market on the weekly, and then we have this last leg to the upside, which kind of goes almost straight up on the weekly. And I think we're seeing something similar, where it just gets, the momentum is increasing more and more and more for every week, and the swing points are becoming smaller and smaller, and it's almost like this isn't even a weekly swing point. So at some point this trend will end, and it's most likely going to end on a very strong impulse move to the upside, which we might be seeing now. I feel like this is a very, very strong impulsive move, but you never know with gold. But at some point, and I feel like it's obviously very risky and very difficult to time tops, because you might say, okay, this is a top for gold, and then it's going to top out here, or it's going to start ranging and top out in 3 or 4 months instead. But what I'm seeing is a trend that doesn't feel it doesn't feel sustainable looking at price action at this point. So, not sure when, but it feels logical to get a rejection soon.
Yeah, maybe. And Mr. James said gold should be a short, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But
should be a short.
Just because it should be doesn't mean that it will be. And that can last for a long time. I mean, we just don't know. And so even though, it makes sense that at some point it needs to come down, it could be a long time, or it could be today. I mean, we just don't know. So the best, the easiest way I've found to do it is just trade what you see and trade what it's doing. And right now it's not doing anything. It's just kind of, stuck in that daily range, moving a little bit lower, but not enough that it's, like convincingly breaking down yet. That could change at any time, but right now it's just kind of resting. It's consolidating, and it's just kind of taking a breather.
Yeah, what's that saying? This saying that the market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent, and I think that's a good example of that is the RSI. You have a lot of people thinking that as soon as the RSI goes into overbought territory, you should be selling. So RSI goes into the overbought, you start selling, and you're saying, well, it should go lower. It should go lower. RSI is overbought, and the market just continues to go higher and higher and higher until you're stopped out, and then it's time for the market to reverse. And I think it's kind of the same thing here goes for gold as well. When you start thinking about shorting gold, it might be many weeks or even many months until you have that top. So I guess, follow the trend is the best thing to do. And now we're breaking down, and I can't believe that I closed my short.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Did you close your short while we were talking, or was that before?
No, right before I went on here. So right before when you joined as well, I closed a short, and but what happens now is right? Yeah, it is what it is, and what happens now? We had a 4-hour candle closing in 18 minutes. We also have a gap here. I'm not sure if. Well, technically, it's not filled here on Oanda. I'm not sure if it's filled on the futures market. But wait, there's no gap in the futures market.
Oh yeah, there can be gaps.
Yeah, but I can't. There isn't any gap here, is it?
Let me see.
Price is way different. Way different here.
That looks a little different than what I'm looking at. Let me see. Or does it? No, you're right. I don't see. Where can you show me again where the gap is that you're looking at?
So on Oanda, we had a gap. Wait, that's on Thursday. Okay, so on Thursday we had a gap. But that was actually okay. So that's an issue with Oanda because it's actually not even.
There's a gap on the futures market as well.
But it's not even a daily gap. It's just a gap between 2 4-hour candles at the end of the day. So this is the gap. Let me see if it's actually there. Yeah, so the gap is here. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's from Thursday to Friday we have a small gap. I mean, it's kind of filled, so I don't really know if that's going to be a difference. But it's just interesting to see that it's actually at that breakout.
Mm-hmm.
So for gold, I would like to see a push down to this green area right here where we had that high time frame breakout or support zone right here. If we can get ahead of that level, then I would be looking to get in on a long position on gold, sort of a swing position, because I think this could be a good bottom. I wish I started investing in like maybe leverage ETFs or something on gold this year, because I'm gonna start doing that with the S&P, having like a low leverage ETF.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, because the investing, one of the one of the things I like with more long-term investing is the fact that you buy something and then you hold it for a long time, and you don't really care about the intraday or maybe even the intra-week volatility and fluctuations, and you don't have a stop loss, right? So it doesn't matter. And if I'm going to look at gold more as an investment, then I'm thinking more about time than certain technical levels. If I would enter a swing long here on gold for the long term, I would have to have a stop loss. And in investing, I feel like having a stop loss might not be the best thing.
Or at least, a really wide stop loss. Maybe. Terrence had asked how long I hold my runners, and to be honest, I'm working on getting better at holding runners. My typical day trades are only like a couple hours. I do have an investing account that I hold for, it's been years now, but I don't have an answer for that yet. I'm just kind of starting to try and extend that. Before I was always day trading futures, and so it's only recent for me. So I don't know yet. We'll see how well I can hold them.
So I have an idea. I'm watching on Nasdaq here. So if you go down, we have move some old levels here. So I want to see on the US Open if we can break above this level. I think that's going to be a very important level. If we break above that one, it would make sense, in my opinion, to buy that breakout.
This is kind of one of the times when, if you look at the S&P and the Nasdaq, they look rather different, at least on the the kind of medium time, I guess, lower time frame, the 15-minute. Do you think?
Yeah, because if you look at the 4 hour, they're exactly the same chart. Let's see on the 15-minute.
I don't know. I guess they're similar, but I guess they're more similar than I was thinking.
Yeah, but what's interesting here is it's not only S&P 500 and Nasdaq. It's also Bitcoin. If we look at Bitcoin here, you see a very similar pattern. If we look at like this pattern here, we have that W and then a break and retest of the neckline, but Bitcoin actually kind of broke out. So if you look at Nasdaq, we have that same W and then a break and retest of the neckline, but Bitcoin is kind of trading up here. I feel like most risk assets right now look very, very similar, but I still think it's this level above here that needs to really break for us to get back into a more bullish market.
Yeah, I think this week will be interesting. We don't have very heavy news, well, almost nothing on the news, high impact news this week. So on that front, it could be a little bit of a quieter week, but I still kind of think I still think it might be an interesting week. I don't know that it is going to be a quiet week, but just from a news standpoint, there's a little bit less going on than what we've had the last couple weeks.
Yeah, at least in economic news releases, but we still have Trump. We still have we still have the tariffs, and I mean, so I think, didn't he announce? So, I think it was on Friday where China went out and said 125% tariffs on US, and then there was an article saying that they removed like certain electronics from tariffs on China.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Like Apple
yeah,
right.
But then the White House administration went out and said that that's fake.
Are you kidding?
Yeah. So and that happened over. So the news came out on Friday, and then apparently that was Trump coming out and saying that that's fake news over the weekend. So there's a lot of back and forth going on here, and I mean, there's going to be more changes to this. I do believe that we're going to have a lot of ups and downs throughout this week, and we'll see what happens here.
Speaking of fake news, did you see that tweet that was going around, which I think was fake, but I don't know, where it said it was supposedly from Trump, and it said now's a good time to buy. Did you see that one?
Yeah, but I don't think that was fake.
So I couldn't find it on his X. That was he had posted Liberation Day with that graphic and that text and everything, but that one where he said that I looked on his X and it wasn't there. So I was curious. So you don't think that's fake? Because I couldn't.
Well, I did see it. I did see it when he posted it. So
but did him post it or somebody share it? I only saw people share it, and it wasn't on his Twitter. So I don't know if he deleted it. The post is truthful, somebody said. I just never saw the original. So if somebody knows where the original from Trump is, send it to me on Twitter. I would like to see that. I think sorry, go ahead.
So I did see that a lot of people reposted it, and I did see that it was the same, like it was his handle and everything, but I believe he deleted that post.
I don't know. I looked right away, or what I thought was right away, but I never saw it. So
okay, so it is supposed to be on. It's supposed to be on Truth Social, but I can't go. Michael, I know Michael. If you have Truth Social, you'll know you're in the comments.
What's
maybe you
Truth
can go in and
Social?
check that. Truth Social is Trump's own social media. He basically made a copy of Twitter. But I
didn't know that.
I can't enter Truth Social because apparently I'm banned or something. Whenever I go into the website, it says you're banned. I guess
too much truth.
Yeah. No, but I'm pretty sure actually that it was a real tweet, which makes things quite things interesting.
Why? Okay, so you're blowing my mind right now. I didn't even know about Truth Social. This is brand new to me. And why would he? Okay, I'll have to think on that for a little bit. Why would he?
But he got banned. You know, he got banned from Twitter, right? You know, last time he was president, and the whole thing, you know, with Congress and everything. After that, he got banned from Twitter, I believe, and then Elon gave back his account. But before that, he created Truth Social because it was banned on Twitter. And
I did not know that. Yeah. Okay. So then maybe it was real. Fabian said Trump posts on Truth first, then it goes to his X feed. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. That's news to me. I did not know that. Okay. So it is maybe, I don't know. I still want to see the original, but it does seem like something he would do. So it's not totally surprising, but I'm going to have to look into that.
But it's weird, and honestly, I can't confirm it. But I mean, when I look it up, there's a lot of like respectable outlets that are posting a screenshot of the actual post. I believe it is most likely real, and.
I thought he would post it on his Twitter, though, which it's not on his Twitter at all. Like, he didn't share it to Twitter at all. But somebody's saying, let me scroll back.
I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Maybe it has something to do with my VPN or something. Let's see if I can find it.
Ian said that he said that in front of the camera, which, you know, it totally makes sense that he would say something like that. So it's not totally unsurprising. All right. Somebody said gold buy or sell New York session. That's what we've been talking about this morning, and it's kind of a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. Yeah.
Yeah, to me, it's still a little unclear now. We took out another 15-minute swing low, but we haven't. Price didn't like recover from that. It dropped below. So the question is, are we going to see continuation to the downside? Right now, we're kind of stuck in that range, and we could be for the day, for the week. Who knows?
Yeah.
Thanks for all the information, everyone, on the Twitter post. I was really curious about that, if it had happened or not happened, and
it's a very definitely a special situation when he is posting it's a good time to buy right before one of the biggest pumps in the history of the S&P 500.
Well, to be fair, that's true. But to be fair, technically, looking at the chart, it was a good time to buy, and it looked like a good time to buy.
Yeah.
And so, it's kind of like, I remember when I first saw that, I thought, well, he's not wrong. I mean, it's kind of like, yeah, exactly. Mean reversion type of thing. It wasn't totally unexpected that that's what happened.
But I'm pretty sure they're going to have most likely going to have some, like Emmanuel was saying, like most likely they're going to have some type of congressional hearing on this, because the news of the tariffs news that they are, the 90-day pause on tariffs came, I believe, later that day or the day after, and most likely, he had people contacting the administration saying that, after a move like that on the S&P 500, there is this theory that there are so many big players potentially getting, on the brink of getting liquidated.
Right.
And if you look at the S&P 500, we can see that this was such a huge move to the downside in only 3, or really the breakdown happened in only like 2 days. And then we had a massive gap to the downside on that 3rd day. So there is this theory that large players, hedge funds, or even institutions basically they were on the brink of having to close out most of their positions, which would have accelerated this move and potentially causing a situation where, we would have a, very bad situation economically.
Right.
Maybe even something close, not as serious as 2008, right? But still something quite serious. And if that's the case, then putting a 90-day pause on tariffs kind of makes sense to make sure that people are able to kind of cover their position and not have to close down shop, basically. So it might actually have been a planned move.
I mean, if you're president and you have a responsibility to the people, I feel like it's kind of like, from a technical standpoint, it made a lot of sense that someone would say it's a good time to buy. But yeah, as the president, I also think, it might not be unwise to say something like that, because it could have been terrible if we started going, if the market continued to crash, and so I don't know. I'm sure there was a lot of thought behind that, and I don't know. It's a weird world we live in where you can, we don't have to wait for the headlines for the next day. It's just like they're just instant.
That's crazy. It's crazy that we have like the US president using Twitter and of course also his own platform to share announcements and news, right? And we get them the same minute that the major news stations get the information.
Yeah, I mean, and Jesse Livermore, I think it was no, not Jesse Livermore. Did you ever read that book? I'm blanking on what it's called right now. He was a ballet dancer.
No,
the one about the ballet. He was a ballet dancer, I believe. How I made. Oh my goodness. I need a minute of quiet and then it'll come to me. But anyway, the point is he would go like, I think like days or weeks and just trade on that information. Because when he was traveling, he didn't have regular access. So that wasn't actually all that long ago, less than 100 years ago, probably. It's wild how things have changed so much and the speed that everything has changed. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And now we're looking at 1 minute charts and 30-second charts and 15-second charts.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about, trying to adapt to market conditions.
All right. Well, we have a half hour till the open and no high impact news today. I think our first high impact news isn't until Wednesday. So we'll see what we get for the open. If things stay kind of, the S&P and the NASDAQ have kind of been, the NASDAQ kind of looks like a slower grind. The S&P has kind of been slowly moving higher. But I think it maybe after the open, we'll start to see maybe a little bit more decisive action, perhaps.
Now that I look at price action here, I see like this range here. If we open and we start, we trade within this range, then a break above that range might be a good trade. We'll see.
A break above the range?
Yeah, to the downside as well, because we do have the gap to the downside, and I'm not sure if the gap has been filled on futures, but it's not filled here.
It's not in the S&P anyway. Let me look at the NASDAQ. You're talking about the new week opening gap?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the NASDAQ and the S&P, it has not been filled.
Just get a quick phone call. I'll be back in just a bit.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Victor. How are you?
I'm fine. How is everyone doing watching us on April the 14th?
I know, isn't it wild? Time that it seems like we were celebrating the end of last year, and now here we are, well into 2025.
Yes, indeed. Is it me or is the sound a bit loud?
It is on the loud side today. The music or the microphone?
No, I meant the music, but now it's better. Is it?
I think it kind of ebbs and flows a little bit, but it is louder today.
Okay.
I didn't even actually know there was music on until today, because you're right, it is rather loud today.
But how is it now for you, Deanna?
It's still pretty loud. I'm not sure if you can turn it down, but
is it better now?
At the moment it is. We got to wait for the
Yeah.
I think it's better now.
Okay.
What about everybody else? Does it sound better?
Yes, let us know in the chat, because of course we have the sound for you, so it has to be pleasant for you. Although we need to hear each other as well, Deanna and I and everyone hosting in here. But how are you doing today? I know you've been with our other hosts from the whole day, and I'm just coming in, and I'm sure they all ask you, how you have been. But I'm asking you again, how have you been so far? It's a Monday. It's how is this market? I mean, the gold must be the talk of the town.
Oh yeah.
Right? I mean, it already is without doing anything special, because gold just by being itself is already special. But today and these days, the volatility, the all-time highs, it's I mean, we're still searching for new words to describe how gold is moving today, or actually all these days.
Yeah, we've been talking about gold a lot today, and I think Alex had a long and Jonatan had a short, and so everybody's kind of, we've kind of talked about it's been really strong, but now it's kind of, at least for me, in kind of a wait and see position. I was bullish on gold last week. I don't know if it's Monday or Tuesday when we were talking, and I was bullish on gold, and big picture I still am, but we're kind of in a holding pattern right now, just to see if gold wants to continue its move higher, or we're going to take a little rest and consolidate here for a while. So to me, it's I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens here.
But you said holding pattern. Are you referring to some small time frame?
I'm looking at the daily, and by holding pattern, I mean, it's not super clear to me if gold is ready to continue the move higher, if gold is going to, take a little dip and sort of like re-energize before another move higher. Because there was such a big move last week, a lot had happened. A lot happened last week, and we're at, still almost at all-time highs, still above that prior swing high from what day was that?
The previous high is the 3rd of April.
Yes. Was it the 3rd of April? Yeah. And so, price is still above that level, and it would not be surprising to see price maybe even come back and test that level before it pushes higher, or it might want to go back deeper into that little area there, and it might just want to push higher. But right now, at least as from a daily standpoint, we're just still inside last Friday's range. So to me, it's kind of not much to do on gold at the moment, unless you have runners. I'm still holding a couple runners, and we'll see what happens as the day goes on and the week.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. We are in a, the move has already happened, right? We're in a bullish move, and we did have, actually, let me show my chart, because I'm talking without visuals, and I know it helps.
And I'm gonna hop off, Victor, unless y'all want me to stay for a couple more minutes. But it looks like we're there's 4 of us now.
I just hopped in because we're going long on USD CADs, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh.
The signal has already gone out to the group. Okay, yeah, if
we don't have a signals group, just letting you guys know.
I have told them that I will be deleting what I said.
Yeah,
that's the best way to do it.
So yeah, USD. That's not USD CAD, is it? Oh, that's on a daily. Oh, whoa. No, we're longing off the 5 minutes, guys. Okay.
Let's see. So
looking at that
it's a little
daily time frame is quite shocking, but we're looking for that little bit of a nice retracement. Oh, Victor's he's looking. He's sorting out his charts. He's marking them up. You can see that it's come down
just
into
checking,
a nice order block.
This level is very nice, even on the higher time frames. So at least of a little some kind of a reaction, at least, right? I haven't checked if there's in terms of the quasi. This isn't a great place to be in, although it is it is, if we only consider this this part, it is a valid quasi. But when you have such a consolidation to the left, I would prefer to look to the actual quasi, the actual ultimate head in that range. But even so, this this could be considered the left shoulder. So I like how it looks on the higher time frame. I know that's not too very important to you for your lower time frame entry, but I want to see at least when we enter something on the lower time frame that we're doing it at a great place, and we are. Let's see what else. So what made you make
if you go back on that daily, is it the daily or the weekly? Sorry, Victor, go back on the daily.
Weekly. Okay.
Go back on the weekly. Is that what you want? Yeah. Pull the screen out a little bit. The level that it's come into, look at the consolidation on the weekly. That is the level that we've just come into. That's a huge level.
Yep.
And, so and actually not have any reaction. Where's Jonathan gone? Not have any reaction would be, it would be a scandal. It would just be not allowed.
Completely appalling. It will be disgusting. No, but the what we have here is of course, that consolidation. To me as well, it's you're gonna have some reaction, but this range is very high, and if you have if you draw that resistance, that it's basically a break and retest of this consolidation. I think that's why you guys like it so much. It broke that consolidation. It's now retesting it. Of course, you're gonna have some kind of reaction, regardless what it's going to do next. Like even if it eventually goes down, it's going to have some kind of reaction from this level. Without going into, this is the higher time frames, of course, not very useful for our intraday signal provided by Alex.
Wait, Victor, are you looking at the weekly? I thought we said we weren't going to be trading the one. I love it. We begin I'm in a long on USD CAD in the 1 minute, 5 minute. And you're like, wait, what time frame is this? This is the weekly. I'll talk about top. You know what? When you get to the 1 minute, the trade will already be gone.
That is actually true. Usually, it takes that much to do the top down analysis. But in terms of the quasi, just quickly looking, it's not a valid quasi to me. At least not an actionable quasi on the daily time frame, but there is an order block here, and we are currently in it, and it is within a weekly order block that is also part of a quasi, which I do identify. That was the idea. It is a quasi. There are many quasis in here, but it is at the first one, and because we have on a lower time frame, it's okay to be to take not the ultimate biggest quasi in there. But so we are in a higher time frame, and that's the idea, to get is this a higher time frame supply or demand? That's the question you want to be asking when you go to the higher time frame, at least, right? Are the higher time frame supporting higher prices or lower prices? All right, so it is a demand zone on the higher time frames, and if I go to the lower time frames, there isn't a lot yet, so it could still spend some time in this area. But on the H4, we do have a fresh new order block, which is great. And we did break. Look at that. That's a bearish outside bar that was broken. Typically, when that happens, you will see the break and retest, but from the flipped order block, meaning the supply area or bearish order block that now turns into at least for some time, a bullish order block, as supply and demand typically do. So that's on the H4.
We only want bullish scenarios here, Victor. Okay, leave anything bearish. We do not want to hit anything bearish.
No, but it is. It's a broken bearish one. So it becomes, it's right for a retest, because it becomes a bullish one, and we actually already had that. Look at that wick. That's confirming the bullishness of this move. We have the H4 order block. Let's see on lower time frame. This is
who brought up this comment?
We are all ICT traders. Jonathan, tends to only trade the ICT London kill zone with a return.
You know the names. You know the names.
with a return to the fair value gap and a continuation to the extended fair value gap.
Like, well, whenever you come into a live stream, Alex, we went from having a civil, calm discussion, me and Deanna, and then Victor comes in and starts talking about order blocks, and then you bring these comments up. It's speaking of breaking down social barriers. Look at gold. It's completely breaking down.
Oh, Michael, do you know what? Fair play.
Michael's
nice.
Michael's short on that. Off the 30-minute, it looked really nice.
I can't believe I closed my shorts.
Actually, I was gonna before you guys came in, Deanna and I were talking about gold as well, being the talk of the town as well. And I said, well, I think, well, I was going to say, I didn't say it yet.
There's a difference between thinking and saying.
Of course. But I was in my. I was at my early stages of saying it. So
went from not saying to early stages of saying it.
I started the sentences, but I didn't finish them. So what I was saying was that the move already happened. The bullish move. This to me, of course, gold is very, very bullish on the higher time frames. And you can ride that on the lower time frames, and we should. That's how we should trade. But the move already happened, and now we're after the move. To me, it's the opportunity for that long is not as present anymore. Even though it's still bullish, but it has to retrace and form some structure, and then perhaps have a continuation move. But the long gold to me is obviously not here anymore. The opportunity isn't here, and that doesn't mean it's going to go down. But we can see how we broke structure on the daily. We talked about this, right? That was the neckline, the head, the left shoulder. It created that quasi, and we didn't have an entry order block on the daily. If you remember those who were here when we talked about this very many times, we didn't have an order block. That made this quasi a little bit weaker if it compared to if it had an entry order block, right? So it didn't have an opportunity to short it, didn't have an entry order block short, and it went through it, breaking, validating that quasi, and once that bearish structure is broken, there isn't much to stop it, so it just keeps pushing. But that pushing happened already. So for a long, like a day trade long, it's probably not the best time anymore. That was before anticipating a possible break of that structure and previous high and so on. So on the lower time frame, I don't know what you guys were talking about before. We do have a demand area, but it's yeah, sure, it can bounce from here.
We're coming into quite a significant bit of support though, if we're looking from a day trading outlook, yeah. So like we're coming into the prior demand on a 200 EMA. I know some people don't like even looking at 200 EMAs and all that stuff, but shorting right now is probably not the best idea. Like right this minute. You really wanted to be short already up from 32.21. Shorting here, you're shorting into support really. So I don't know if it's a good idea.
You mean the gold, right? You're still talking about gold.
Yeah. I'm still talking about gold.
I see. Sure. I obviously there are some structures there. There was someone in the chat. Guys, keep on coming with your opinions. We do love them. I will check. We will see. I mean, we're not here to say where gold necessarily will go. Just reading the price action. What we're seeing is that if you are going to take a long, and there are reasons to take a long, because we do have some structures here, right? It's not completely broken down. We are definitely still very close to that impulsive move to the upside, which could have another extension, another follow through today, even the whole week. However, what I would do in situations like this is that I would want to not be too ambitious with my targets because it has already made such a big move. You don't want to be thinking, oh, it's going to be doing the same kind of move again, because that's not very likely. You want to be, it's not, don't be expecting this to happen overnight or something like that. Just keep it actually within the range, just to the next structure above, and that will be so it's all relative. It might still go long. That's fine. In terms of the opportunity, it's not being long in any case. To me, what I want to see is some structure breaking, and that's what I wanted to look with everyone to see if we can see some structure being broken already. In terms of the H4 order block, this is still fresh, right? So there is a reason for price to have some kind of reaction, but that reaction is going to be relatively muted because it's at the end of such a move, right? The retracement, the pressure of having some kind of retracement is, I would say important or very present. But let's look if we have some break of structure, and obviously we're gonna. If you go down the time frame, you will find some kind of break of structure. The question is, at what time frame is it visible, right? The higher the time frame it's visible, the more significant it is. So on the H4, there isn't, in my book, any. To me, the neckline would be all the way down here, really not close to where we are. The H2 is, let's see. Technically, this would be considered. No, I wouldn't consider that on the neck, on the quasi, not on the H4. So that means that there isn't any neckline close by from it's got to be on the H1 then. So that would mean yes. So those would be the neckline. There is that's the way to gauge that significance of that break of structure. What time frame did it break? It formed that quasi, and it did on the 1 minute, meaning that makes this the head, right? Yes, and this would be then the left shoulder. Although you could consider them to be double top, using that quasi, the rules that I follow. It's not symmetrical. Actually, it looks very symmetrical in terms of a double top, but as a head and shoulder, it's not the typical higher head necessarily. In this case, it is higher, but it's not visually much higher. Okay, so this is we do have an H1 on the H1 quasi on gold, and I would be wanting to short this. Yes, short, because that's what the market is telling me. That by breaking this, you could be looking for a short, perhaps from that structure or even a little bit higher. There is another one, right? If price comes back, doesn't mean I'm going to short it right away, but I'm going to be looking, how I trade. I'm going to be looking for other reasons on the lower time frames for market to break down as well. And perhaps I would love to see is that on the H4, it actually closes below that order block, because that's one of the reason this entry, let's see this order block on the H4, that's one of the reasons to be bullish, right? It's coming back into demand zone. So you want to be considering that, you want to be buying it. You're going to be looking for a long. So what I would want to see is a close below this H4 before it comes to my entry short, right? If it does that, then it takes out the reason to be long, at least for today perhaps, and then we can be looking for a possible short from this area. It might be too early when you consider the strength of this impulsive move. So typically, you can have a V-shaped recovery. Not a recovery. This is the opposite, an inverse recovery or a V-shape, going down. But typically it needs more time, right? It makes just a little bit higher, and then it breaks down. So you got to be a little bit careful. But if anything, I would be more comfortable taking a short from here than going long. What do you think?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. That definitely makes a lot of sense. I'm a bit focused on the Nasdaq here. I looked at an EA I have applied on NAS, and I'm looking at it why haven't it placed any trades? And then I looked into the logic, and apparently it's not trading in April. So I've been waiting for signals. Yeah, I've been waiting for signals the whole week last week, and I'm like, I gotta go into the settings and actually see like what are the settings here. And yeah, apparently it's not trading in April. So yeah, that's interesting. Most likely I've added a filter because of it's not profitable in April. And then I got me thinking, probably it has something to do with winter and summertime. So now I had to go in and I have to see, because it goes after the platform time, which means it would either be 1 hour late or 1 hour early, in winter and summertime. I gotta look into that and probably need to have to.
Normally, filtering specific months is not a great idea because you have that risk of selection bias. But indeed, since I know a little bit about the logic of this EA, I agree that because of the shifting in time, and that's important for the logic, the time of the day for it to trigger, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes, I think it's.
How's the dollar? Dollar CAD is moving very nicely. What's your entry, Alex? What is your entry?
38765. I got in a little bit late because I saw it late, but I just got in a little bit of a crappy price. I just doubled it.
And you're targeting?
39.20.
Good one.
Ooh,
Take out the highs of the previous highs. If you have a look on Earth,
I would put it at 39.17.
39.70. I think it's going to go higher anyway. I think it's going to blast. I think it's going to blast through those and just continue higher. But I'm not in it. I'm not. I just want to get in and out. I told you I'm a 5-minute man. 5.5.
I did hear your conversation. I was having having lunch or whatever.
Yeah.
Did hear. Thank you for the information.
It's okay. I heard you're
very
a
nice
good
one.
trader.
What?
I heard you're a good swing trader on the higher time frames, 4 hours higher.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a 4-hour man though. It's curious. So we have an interesting breakout on Nasdaq. I wanted to trade the Nasdaq here. I wanted to trade the breakout, but felt like, do we buy minutes before they open?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, this thing is pumping up right now when it's 3 minutes to the New York Open. It's like, I don't really like positions like that.
No, it's it feels it feels like you're opening a position a couple of minutes before NFP and it's like hoping for the best,
Yeah.
Have you seen that video? I think there's multiple videos like it, but where there's like, it's like they're standing in a classroom or wherever they're teaching TA, which is, first of all,
the Indian guys.
Yeah, they're like 1, 2, 3, and they're like,
it goes the opposite direction. And
it's gonna go down, and then it's like boom. It's like, oh shit, blows the account live in front of everyone. Amazing. That has to be fake, right? That has to be.
Do you know
fake.
what? Honestly, I don't think so. Honestly, because people do that.
Yeah, but like in front of other people, you know what I mean? Like in front of students, like you're supposed to know what you're doing. It's like, yeah, let's predict. Let's predict where NFP is going. Let's make some money.
If it did go his way, he would have looked. Everybody would have looked at him and be like, wow, this guy knows what he's talking about. So it's a good risk at 50-50 chance.
So what if I do that every time we have an NFP? I record myself. I have a camera, and so this is a little trick for you guys out there. If you want to create a presence on social media. What you do is you put up a camera in front of you, and then you're going to be talking to someone behind the camera. So you're not going to look into the camera, but you're going to be talking with someone behind the camera, and then you're just going to film you, and then you're going to be explaining an advanced concept to that person, which doesn't exist, and then you're going to be uploading that as a podcast, right? And now, all of a sudden, you're a guest at a big podcast explaining these concepts. So what if I do that, like fake being a famous person on the podcast, but I record myself predicting NFP with like a 10 pip stop loss, and I do that every time until I'm right. And when I'm right, I upload a short. Nice, yeah.
I like it. Such a great idea.
I like it.
Such a great idea. Okay,
we got 1 minute. How many months is it going to take, though?
Okay, go on, Shan. Go on, Shans. We're in. Okay, New York has just opened, and wow, US 30. Somebody said wow, US 30.
Why is that wow?
I don't know. Let's have a look. Go on the 1 minute. Wow.
Wow. Whoa, look at that. Right down to support.
Yeah, then you go back on like a 4-hour time frame, and it's like a wick. It's like,
Nothing.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, it is rather.
It is quite an aggressive one now.
It is quite an aggressive move, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nasdaq is moving higher. Okay, so we're looking at the opening range here.
Let's have a look.
Interesting. All right, we're going higher, or okay, the S&P 500 just died. Yep, and US 30 as well. I think we're going lower.
Why? I've got a gap up.
I should definitely sell Nasdaq because it's lagging behind. Yeah. I'm gonna put in the sell on this.
Delayed ass technology. Like, what is it? What for me? All I see is it's shooting up.
Are you talking about Nasdaq?
No, S&P 500.
Really?
Wow, that was just a broken chart then. Yeah, it was a broken chart. Wow, it's. No,
sure you don't have the chart inverted?
No, I think it's going up. To be honest.
Yeah, it's kind of going up.
Yeah.
I like how I'm like, I gotta short this, and then I'm like, no, I'm not gonna short this.
Yeah, I think it's gonna come up to 54.95. That being said, guys, I've never traded the S&P 500, so don't listen to what I said. But if I was a betting man, I'd bet probably that.
Okay, so I'm gonna prepare some stop orders for breakout.
On what?
Mate. It was definitely a wow.
Nasdaq.
Well, Dixie's already pushed up quite a bit. Preferably, it pushes up a little bit more so it can.
Yes, very weak.
Man, my washing machine has broken. I don't know what to do. Well, actually, it's not my problem, but it's broken, and I gotta buy a new one.
Who did?
Let's not go there.
I normally yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not our problem.
So it broke last week, and I went down to the basement. And it's like smelled something burning, right? And I'm like, this doesn't taste, smell very good. But it didn't have that smell of like electronics, right? It just had a smell of like something warm, like something warm, plastic or something. I'm like, can't be, let's just run it again. So I run it, and it sounds like there's like full of sand, right? It was full of sand in it. I'm like, it must be my son kind of having his, clothes full of sand or something, right? So I'm like, he's gonna run it through, right? But it was actually not sand. It was actually the motor kind of sparkling, right?
No.
Yeah, so it started burning and smoking and like sparking out of the motor. I'm like, yeah, this is probably not good.
Yo, so why how did you do that? This is why you shouldn't touch the laundry. This is why I don't
exactly. Yeah, but no, so I didn't actually touch it. It was already been touched. I just, turn it off and then turn it on again. And then I had to buy a new one. It's going lower, by the way, NASDAQ. And now, because I'm talking about this, I forgot to put in an actual order. But
I got told off for putting all of the clothes in the same wash. Apparently, you don't do that.
That's just stupid, though. Like, you should know better.
Well, you don't just put all your clothes all in at the same time?
Oh, you have to divide them up in different, first of all, different colors, right? Like white and like dark and light. No, you don't do that.
NASDAQ definitely coming down.
What if you have something red and then you wash it with something white? It becomes pink, no?
Yeah, but I don't have anything red.
You don't have anything red?
No, I'm not a red type of guy. It's green.
Me neither, actually. I actually do not have anything red, I believe.
Yeah,
anyway,
I don't think
a washing machine is
suit
expensive. That's what I'm trying to get to. It's quite an expensive thing.
Yeah, what's a washing machine?
So you bought a new one?
I'd buy a new one, yes.
Without sparks?
I get all of that stuff secondhand, man. Buying a brand new washing machine.
I don't want to use another person's washing machine, though. Like, who knows what's been in there? Well, who knows what's... Yeah, but who knows what's been in there? And then it's like, maybe there's some shit stuck somewhere, and it's gonna wash my clothes, and then it's like... That's
gonna mingle.
Disgusting.
It's gonna mix and mingle with yours.
Okay, what about this one then? Have you ever... Oh, I don't know. Can't think of anything. Can't think of any example.
I'm literally like, I'm banned from using the washing machine, because every time I do, always something, right? There's always something. You shouldn't mix that with that one. It's the wrong. Like, you're not supposed to use chlorine instead of. You know.
I always leave coins and stuff in my pocket, and then suddenly got like coins falling around. Falling over, rolling around. It's either that or tissues, and then everything comes out and it's all like white.
Man, I forgot what I was supposed to be doing. I was supposed to take a trade here, but I think it's gone.
You were supposed to take a short on NAS.
Yeah. Well, actually, I was going to put in
USD CHF right now. A good idea.
Yeah, without looking at the charts, yeah, definitely.
I do not think that's a good idea. No.
You don't think that's a good idea?
Where are you shorting to?
Okay. Well, look at the weekly though. It's okay. Maybe it's a bit too low. It's a bit too low. Kavika, you're up. I don't believe you. That's the thing. I don't believe you're up 12 R today.
Why? 1 R could be anything. 1 R could be
Yeah,
like
well,
two.
okay. Yeah.
I wash dishes and the wife washes clothes. Well, you know, that is.
Don't you have a machine for the dishwasher? Or do you mean like you fill the dishwasher? But congratulations. that's a big thing of you. That's a massive responsibility, man.
But isn't that the same with the clothes? We don't actually wash them; we put them in.
Oh no! Okay, so you cannot compare putting dishes into the dishwasher and pressing one button, and like folding, hanging, drying. It's man, it's like a science.
Yeah, I guess. Don't know. What about washing the house? I wash the house.
Clean the house.
Wash the floors.
Oh, you mean like it's
like wash them, you know?
From time to time, I've been known to use the vacuum cleaner. That's something I do sometimes.
Like, what's the risk to reward that if you don't use the vacuum cleaner? What happens? And what's the reward?
Reward? Well, the reward is a clean home.
Okay, and if you don't, it's dirty home.
Well, my fiance take care, so most of the time does take care of that. But the issue is like I think I'm quite good at it, and then she comes home and she's like, just shakes her head, you know, and she has to do it all over again. But I am I'm good at other things. I know how to cook. I'm very good at cooking. So that's usually what I do.
None of the things in my country. Interesting. I want to hear what happens in your country.
Which things are not in your country? I would ask.
I was thinking you were going to say something totally different. Didn't think.
I kind of like. Yeah. Well, I got the. I wouldn't have time, man. I wouldn't have time for that.
To be fair, I have like 2 dishes and like 3 forks. And like 1 bowl. Easy life. I could do everything manual.
But you do have a woman in your life, right?
Yes, I do.
And sometimes she stays at your place.
Every single day.
Oh, really? So how do you? Okay, so you okay? So but you have 3 forks. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
One fork for each person.
For each occasion, right? Okay. Okay.
Yeah. And then, you know, special occasions we pull out the nice fork.
Nice. Nice.
I wasn't intending it to go there. It wasn't intended to.
Yeah.
No, we share. I'm joking.
You guys are very, very funny.
Man, the idea of sharing toothbrushes, like I've heard that, like it happens, you know, that must be the most disgusting thing I ever heard. To use someone else's toothbrush.
Yeah, it's not ideal. But honestly, would you prefer, if you haven't got a toothbrush, to not clean your teeth? Question.
I'll take whatever. I go out in the woods and find a stick with something on it. I don't care, man. I'll be using my fingers. I'm not sticking that into my mouth like someone else's toothbrush. No, man.
I have used my finger once to brush my teeth.
Of course, if there's nothing else, then what else? You know.
It's better than nothing.
It is definitely. Right. Okay. So what do we have on?
Okay, so let's look at dollar CAD, how that trade has been going.
News coming out?
On what?
Is there any news or anything coming out? Something to actually make this market do something?
No, it's super boring.
Today there's no news. There's also only someone from the Fed speaking, Waller, in about, but that's after the stream, an hour after the stream. So besides that, there isn't anything else. But we do have a great week today in terms of news. Although Friday is holiday, bank holiday in many countries. We'll have on Wednesday, we have Bank of Canada interest rate decision. And bigger
this is great,
still.
By the way. I'm gonna do that today. Let's see.
On Thursday, rate decision on the euro, right? So on Wednesday, rate decision on Canadian dollar, and on Thursday, euro. And normally euro, when interest rate decision, of course, it's a big happening. It's one of those big events for the euro, but it's not as impactful for the rest of the market. But this week is a little bit different, we all think, right? Because everything what has been happening. So I think you should take care and watch out to watch your exposure, especially on Thursday, and anything related to euro, even remotely, because who knows? These are the moments where the policymakers can surprise us. Do some kind of unexpected, bigger than usual kind of move, and those can be explosive. So I think this week is not today, but this week is. I still have a lot in store for us. In terms of the dollar CAD, the trade, you still have it, Alex?
Yes, I do have it. It has come back down pretty much to break even. I'm like a couple of pips in profit, but it's come back to break even. It is a good place to enter a little bit more, but I am.
Okay, I'm selling Nasdaq here.
For a Monday.
Okay, we're going to be selling Nasdaq here. So what's the stop loss? We're going to put
also,
right here.
I'm limited on my risk. I can't risk more than 1.5%.
Okay, I think this is I think this trade still has potential. Certainly, in terms of the range of the day and in terms of the order block, to me it starts getting interesting to get in, because it's getting close to that order block, which is a little bit lower, but also it is retesting that flipped order block, right?
All right, I'm short. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. The flipped bearish order block that has now turned a bullish structure. So I like that, and it's just now tapping into that order block. So like from this moment and a little bit lower, I think it's a great area to go to consider, look for other reasons to go long dollar CAD, because you could expect price coming into that order block and a move out of it. Right, either just the upper border of going a little bit deeper into that H4 flipped H4 structure. So I think it's promising, and especially if you look at how nicely it's been going up and retracing very healthily, as long as it doesn't take make a lower low, take out that swing point. I think this impulsive trend is not trend. This impulsive move is intact. You should be fine, because it's easily going to be hitting that target of yours, Alex. And
you like Lego, Victor.
Yeah, but it's at the moment it's. I think.
Am I muted?
A little bit further.
No, you're not.
Before it pushes back up.
Okay, you're just ignoring me. Well, it's what it is. Well, that was awkward.
Why?
Silence?
Yeah.
Is it? Was it? Well, yeah, sure. But you're shorting it, considering because you think because of the open, it's going to continue, something like that.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
shorting it down to fill the gap.
Okay.
So that 50-minute candle, it's gonna have a fake out to the upside, and you had that strong 50-minute candle, shorting that 50-minute candle to fill the gap
Basically,
below.
that's the trade.
Are we? So we're almost done for the day. It's been
Are we?
quick
Oh
today.
yes, we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt very it felt very it passed by very quickly. Someone asked about the EU, and I haven't said anything about EU yet. So perhaps I should do a little quick tap down, if that's even possible. All right. So we do have we already are above the entry order block on the monthly quasi that I talked about all the time. That huge structure we are still in, and we're squeezing. We're still at the half of the month's duration. So, anything can happen, and I wouldn't consider that broken yet. But I mean, the fact that we actually, to be fair, if we go to the at the beginning of the year, we talked about the structure, the quasi, the biggest, not the biggest, but I mean, this quasi we had before. Let me continue. Let me start that from the beginning again, because I think it's nice to see that we did have a look at this quasi. I'm trying to get the neckline nicely done. Right, this is the weekly quasi that we talked about in Discord, but also on YouTube a number of times, which we came into that order block, and the last target, we had two targets. One was halfway around here, and the other one was the top of that structure, the quasi. And last week we reached target on that bigger structure. Typically, after reaching target, the last target, we do see some time afterwards, and this is the higher time frame. So it doesn't mean necessarily this month, but it could be next month. You typically see some kind of retracement into that broken level we just broke, right? So that's something to consider for coming week, coming month, I should say. So it's a completion of that weekly quasi. Very nice to see that happening, with such a large target. Besides that, we are, let's start from the monthly, or let's continue with the monthly. The monthly, we are leaving behind a fresh order block, so we'll have to see when we come back if it's something we could use, but it's not relevant right now. And on the weekly time frame, disregarding or not considering the structure we just talked about, which is that weekly quasi that got to completion last week and hit target. Besides that, there isn't anything else, right? There isn't any quasi at work besides that one that was already finished, and there isn't any fresh order block. So there isn't anything on the higher time frames telling us anything to look for. In terms of let's see, this is yes. What else do we have on the daily time frame? We just had that move, very similar to gold. That move is, it's already happened. Now is the moment. It either retraces, consolidates, but not necessarily push right away. It's the push, and that's what you want to be catching, already happened. We are after that impulsive move, considering also the size of that wick we had last week, that top that top wick. So the daily, I don't have anything. We broke this order block from a structure we had from before. That was from previous high. That one is gone. Of course, we could leave it in for some kind of a flip if price were to come back, we could be looking for some retracement into that structure, and then a flipped kind of reaction, meaning a bearish structure being flipped into a bullish one. But that's not something I typically trade, but I mean, it's something that I use, but it's not part of my trade plan necessarily. I do use it for my analysis to see if there's, if there's a structure there, then I have a little reason to start looking for in this case, a long. The euro dollar on the daily time frame, there isn't anything close by. The only order block we have are way below. As you can see, there isn't anything to target. There isn't any opportunities. It broke out, and to me, in terms of order blocks, there isn't anything to see, anything to trade. It's not going to signal us in any way. H4 for your intraday trades, we are currently in a demand zone, which is also this line, which is the target of the quasi, is also the high of that previous swing high. So this is a great area to look for that break and retest, where we broke it. We come into the area and sometimes squeeze a little bit deeper below that previous high broken line level before we continue have that follow through. So we are currently in that H4 order block, which is, let's see, it is quite fresh. It has been a couple of bars since its creation, but it's still very fresh. And if we go to the lower time frames, what do we see? We find not on the H2, but on the H1, we do find some structure right there. And it's not surprising that you see price currently showing a wick right there, a rejection, what it seems to be a rejection wicks, because we're only for 3 minutes actually to the end of this candle. And it does look very nicely as a rejecting that structure we have. So it is an H1 within an H4. You got some alignment. This could be something to look for, but don't forget, on the higher time frame, we just had that immense push to the upside, that impulsive move, and it's only natural and healthy that price reaches and retraces a little bit deeper, perhaps to some level below that structure. But because we do have those bullish structures here, you could at least expect some kind of a retracement maybe into that structure before a deeper retracement, may or may not happen necessarily. Something like that makes total sense because of just how the market is breaking down, and maybe consolidation, but we don't know that yet. But going to lower prices is healthy and to be expected after such a big move. So
USD CAD. Sorry, Victor, I know you're in the middle of that. USD CAD could have got. If it was a lovely break, retest, and continuation. I just couldn't get in anymore on the 5 minute. Gone to a 5 minute.
Wow, nice.
That would have been a really, really nice place to add in, but got shackles on.
For a good reason. Those are the shackles that save you in moments of difficulty.
Shackles that stop you from making money.
And then there's shackles indeed. No, but that's very nice. That reaction. This is it depends on your entry level as well. But in the way I enter, this happens a lot when with my entries. The market actually has an initial move, but sometimes it comes back to the entry, and it makes you feel like your entry is wrong. Why is it coming back? But my data, and everyone has to do that for themselves. But in my case, the data tells me that I should not, move my stop loss to break even, because it comes back and it takes me out. The trade is still on, and it does, something similar to this. Comes back to the entry, because your entry was actually here. It comes back to the entry and then continues more often than not to where it should be, and I would be taken out with zero. I would be left with 0 pips, while the market did exactly what I was expecting.
It's a lovely level though, like what you've literally just put on there. On that 5 minute, you've had resistance, 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 break, flip to support. Like that is your bread and butter. Just your bread and butter.
All right, guys, I think we're getting closer to the end of the live stream here. We have redirected everyone after this live stream. We're redirected to trade the pool. They are currently live. We got Mitch and Michael trading the stock market, and I guess they're trading the indices as well on over at Trader Pool. So make sure that you stay a while and listen to what they're doing as well. If you're only trading the forex market and you've never traded, never tried trading stock market, maybe try it out, see if you like it, because some people are better suited for different markets as well. So you might see that you're actually finding success in the stock market. We have different strategies for different assets and that sort of thing. So definitely worth trying out. And on Thursday, we're gonna do the competition, right? We're gonna do the competition between the 5ers and Trader Pool, and we're gonna try to answer the question: who makes more money, stock traders or forex traders? Obviously, we know it's for us. We make more money, but we wanted to give them a chance. We wanted to see if they can actually make more money than us, which is highly unlikely. That's definitely something to look out for. Giveaways, trading challenges, and all of that fun this Thursday. All right, with that said, guys, thank you for watching us this fine Monday. We are back tomorrow, same time, same place, slightly different people, but overall pretty much the same. Alex, any last words?
Nope, no last words.
What about you, Victor?
I invite everyone to come and enjoy us in this, join us in this journey. We are on path to become the place for every trader, growth, funding, and everything else. So join us in this glorious adventure. See you guys tomorrow.
All right. Take care, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.